It's all a conspiracy. I'm not willing. The old man roared and struggled with all his might. Blood filled the air and the underground cave kept shaking. Lu Ming and Mo Ying looked at this scene in shock. The strange movement of the 9 dragons' bloodline came from this blood pool. From the looks of it, there should be flood dragon blood and even flood dragon soul inside. Lu Ming's mind was racing. But what's with that old man? Lu Ming could not figure it out, but he was certain that this was not the ancestors' legacy that the Mo family had mentioned. Looking at Mo Ying's expression, it was obvious that she didn't know that he and Mo Ying had been deceived. The huge old man's struggle became more and more intense, as if he could break free at any time. Buzz! Buzz! At this time, 2 old men with almost bald heads and wrinkled faces suddenly appeared on both sides of the cave. As soon as the 2 old men appeared, bright lights flew out of their hands. The lights flew into the walls of the cave, and inscriptions appeared on the walls. Countless inscriptions interwove together to form an inscription formation. It condensed into a band of light that flew into the blood pool. Immediately, inscriptions appeared on the surface of the blood water and the huge blood dragon. This caused the power of the blood water dragon to increase greatly, and it suppressed the figure of the huge old man. Arg! Despicable Mo family, I'm not willing to accept this. The huge old man's figure let out an unwilling roar. Suppress! The 2 elders from the Mo family shouted. Their bodies glowed as they controlled the inscription formation to suppress the giant elder's figure. Boom! 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 No matter how hard the huge old man struggled, it was still useless, and his movements became smaller and smaller. Start the condensation. One of the elders from the Mo family shouted and the other nodded. The 2 of them moved their palms and dozens of blood water dragons flew out of the blood pool. They roared and pounced at Lu Ming and Mo Ying. What was different from before was that these blood water dragons had inscriptions flowing on their bodies, and they were obviously more powerful. 2 elders, what are you doing? I'm a disciple of the Mo family. Mo Ying was shocked. However, the blood water dragon did not stop attacking, so Mo Ying could only resist. Bang! But with just one move, Mo Ying was sent flying. Then, a blood water dragon wrapped around Mo Ying, trying to drag her into the blood pool. Elder, what are you doing? My Mo family's disciple Mo Ying is here to accept our ancestors' inheritance. Let me go. Mo Ying shouted in fear. Kill! Die! Lu Ming shouted and swept his long spear repeatedly. The bloody water dragons exploded one after another. Then, he grabbed the bloody water dragons on Mo Ying's body and squeezed them with force, crushing them. On both sides of the cave, the 2 Mo family elders' expressions changed. They looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Blood refining formation, kill! The 2 elders from the Mo family bellowed. The light from the inscription formation in the cave became even more dazzling. In an instant, hundreds of bloody water dragons flew out and pounced at Lu Ming. Of course, these blood water dragons were only a few meters long and could not compare to the huge water dragon that was entangled with the huge old man. Ha ha ha, Mahist girl, don't expect to get out of here alive. What ancestors' inheritance? I just want to use you to refine the Inua demonic chief. At this moment, the laughter of the old man came from the blood pool. Boom! 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 These words were like thunder, exploding in Mo Ying's heart. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she screamed, You want me to refine the Een Moon Devil Chief? No, this can't be true. I don't believe it. You don't believe me. The truth is right in front of you. Little girl, just accept your fate. You've been deceived by a group of hypocrites. The old man in the blood pool said. No, this is impossible. 2 elders, is this true? Mo Ying looked at the 2 elders of the Mo family. As a disciple of the Mo family, it's your honor to make a sacrifice for the Mo family. Surrender now. The two elders of the Mo family spoke. Their faces were extremely cold and emotionless. Mo-ing felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her body staggered backward, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. The Mahist is despicable. They want to use the blood and soul of a dragon and the two of you as a catalyst to refine me into a puppet without a soul that only listens to orders and only knows how to kill. No way, I won't yield. The old man roared in the blood pool. It's useless even if we don't yield. This time, not only is there a little girl with the cloud dragon bloodline, but there's also a kid who is more compatible with the flood dragon. With the two of them, we're 100% sure that we can refine the Een Moon demonic chief. The heavens are blessing our Mo family. Yen Quan, this is your fate. Quickly yield. An elder of the Mo family shouted. I'll fuck your head. The old man roared. Mo Ying's body trembled and her eyes were listless. It was as if her soul had been drawn out of her body. It was fake. It turned out that everything in the past was fake. What genius of the Mo family? What do you mean by focus training? What ancestor's legacy? They were all fake. The purpose of all this was to refine the Inua devil chief. The reason was probably the cloud dragon bloodline in her body. It was no wonder that the Mo family had invited Lu Ming in and said that he would help her. It was all nonsense. It was nothing more than Lu Ming's blood meridian. Everything made sense. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming kept waving his long spear, blocking the blood-water dragons. Moying, pull yourself together. We don't need such a family. At most, we'll rebel. Lu Ming shouted. Mo Ying's body trembled, and she finally recovered a little. She gritted her teeth and said loudly, I decide my own fate. I will not listen to arrangements. Rebellious and stubborn, become a part of the family's glory. Kill. The two elders of the Mo family roared and controlled the inscription formation. More blood-water dragons flew out and attacked the two. A bunch of hypocrites, kill. Lu Ming shouted. Boom. The aura on his body erupted like a volcano, and a huge stone tablet with 4 Asilavira chakras appeared, shining brightly. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength. Boom. The power of wind and fire gathered, and with a sweep of the long spear, a large number of blood-water dragons exploded. A 4th-level king bloodline. Who is this kid? An elder of the Mo family shouted in shock. As far as he knew, there were no geniuses with 4th-level king-level bloodline in the entire Dark Moon Empire. Where did Lu Ming come from? Could he be a peerless genius from some mid-tier empire? Who cares who he is? There's no way out today. Let's kill this brat first. Another elder of the Mo family shouted. Good, attack. The two elders of the Mo family formed hand seals. Roar. The huge blood-water dragon that was initially wrapped around the elder let go of the elder and pounced at Lu Ming with a furious roar. The aura was so powerful that it shook the heavens and earth. He gave off the feeling that he was much stronger than an ordinary 9th-level martial arts grandmaster. It couldn't be blocked. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He was about to retreat when he suddenly stopped. Buzz! A blood-red light flashed behind his back, and the 9-dragon bloodline appeared. Devouring the flood dragon soul. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared into the sky. Although the 9-dragon bloodline seemed to be only a dozen meters long, it was very small in front of the 100-meter-long blood-water dragon. However, the blood-water dragon suddenly stopped in the air and looked at the bloodline with fear in its eyes. The huge flood dragon's body trembled violently. It roared and turned to run. However, it was too late. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and a powerful devouring power burst out of its mouth. At the same time, the bloodline dragon twisted its body and, like a bolt of lightning, appeared on the head of the bloodwater dragon in an instant. A powerful devouring power enveloped it. The bloody water dragon was extremely frightened. It kept roaring and its huge body kept twisting. However, the bloodline of the 9 dragons stopped firmly on the head of the blood water dragon and continued to burst out with devouring power. Roar! The bloody water dragon roared. A dragon's soul was extracted from the body of the blood water dragon. The first thing that appeared was the head of the flood dragon's soul. It kept roaring and tried to shrink back, but it was useless under the devouring of the 9 dragon bloodline. It was being pulled out bit by bit. What's going on? What's going on? An elder of the Mo family shouted in disbelief. Kill, kill. The 2 elders of the Mo family gritted their teeth and tried their best to activate the inscription formation in an attempt to get rid of the 9 dragons' bloodline and kill Lu Ming. Unfortunately, when the giant blood water dragon touched the bloodline of the 9 dragons, it was like a mouse meeting a cat. It did not dare to resist at all. The dragon's soul in the blood water dragon was continuously extracted. Soon, more than half of it was extracted. Kid, what are you doing? Still not stopping. Hurry up and stop. You're trying to ruin the Mo family's 1,000-year plan, do you know that? Quickly stop. The 2 elders of the Mo family cried out hysterically. Ha, you 2 old dogs, you've lived so long, have you wasted all your time on dogs? Stop. And then use my own life to complete the Mo family's 1,000-year plan? Have your fucking brains been eaten by dogs? Also, what's your Mo family's 1,000-year plan? What does it have to do with me? In my eyes, they're all dog shit. Lu Ming let out a long howl. The words of the 2 Mo family elders were too laughable. Fuck you, you're looking for death. The 2 Mo clan elders' shriveled old faces flushed red, and they were so angry that they almost bled. They were the Mo family's grand elders and were usually high and mighty. When had anyone dared to scold them like this? I'll kill this brat first. An elder of the Mo family shouted. He slowed down his control of the inscription formation and was about to pounce on Lu Ming. However, the moment he stopped controlling the inscription formation, the elder in the pool of blood went berserk, and the entire underground cave started to shake. Detestable. The elder of the Mo family was unwilling, but he could only fly back and continue to control the inscription formation. Roar. At this time, the 9 dragon bloodline let out a deafening roar. Its devouring power suddenly increased, and the dragon's soul in the blood water dragon was pulled out. The flood dragon's soul roared in fear and struggled with all its might. Don't. Stop. The 2 elders of the Mo family shouted. However, the bloodline of the 9 dragons opened its mouth and sucked the flood dragon's soul into its mouth, disappearing without a trace. The 9 dragon bloodline revealed a satisfied expression and flew back into Lu Ming's body. The 2 elders of the Mo family started to scream like mad ghosts. Let him go. You guys are thinking too much. Lu Ming sneered. Boom. At this moment, the underground cave began to shake violently. In the pool of blood, the blood water surged and churned. Clang clang. The sound of iron chains colliding rang out. Not good, quickly suppress old monster Yen Quan. The 2 elders of the Mo family screamed in fear as they tried their best to control the inscription formation to suppress the old man in the blood pool. But dash. Bang. The next moment, there was an explosion and a figure shot up from the blood pool. It was an old man in his 60s. He had a long beard and a burly figure that was more than 2 meters tall. The figure that was tens of meters tall earlier was not his real body. It was a humanoid figure formed by true energy. Several arm-thick chains were wrapped around the elder's body and extended out of the blood pool. As the burly old man moved, the iron chains clanged. Not good, Yen Quan is about to escape. The 2 elders of the Mo family shouted in fear. Ha ha ha, even the heavens are helping me. Mo family, if I, Yen Quan, don't destroy your Mo family today, I'm not a human. The burly old man laughed madly. Kill him, quickly. The two elders of the Mo family roared and gave up on controlling the inscription formation. A combat sword appeared in their hands and they slashed at Yen Quan. The sword chi whistled through the air in an extremely shocking manner. Martial Ancestor 8 Dan Peak. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The cultivation of the two Mo family elders was terrifyingly high. They were both at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial Ancestor realm. A mere Martial Ancestor 8 Dan wants to kill me? You're overestimating yourself. Yen Quan laughed and waved his hands. Two terrifying palm forces were sent out toward the two elders of the Mo family. Bang! Bang! With two loud bangs, the two elders of the Mo family let out a blood-curdling screech as their bodies were sent flying like cannonballs. They crashed heavily into the wall of the cave and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Clang clang. Yen Quan waved his palm, causing the iron chains to collide. There were a total of 4 iron chains that locked him. He was too strong. Even when he was chained up, he was still able to injure two elders of the Mo clan who were at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial Ancestor realm. His strength was so strong that it was shocking. You want to lock me up with a few pieces of scrap metal? Break! Break! Yen Quan shouted. A terrifying true chi burst out of his body and he pulled with great force. Boom! 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 The entire cave began to shake violently, and the ground continued to shake, giving off a deep rumble. Not good, Yen Quan is about to break free, quickly go. The two elders of the Mo family were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They turned around and ran towards the exit. Break! Yen Quan suddenly shouted as he grabbed a chain and pulled it. Buzz! The iron chain that was as thick as an arm was broken into two. This was not an ordinary iron chain, but a rare black iron with inscriptions engraved on it. However, it was still broken. You want to leave? Die! Yen Quan let out a shout and waved his arm. A broken chain flew out toward the two Mo family elders. It was so fast that it caught up to the two elders in an instant. Block it! The two elders of the Mo family roared and each used their strongest move. But the difference was too great. Bang! Bang! With two loud bangs, all the attacks of the two Mo clan elders were dispersed, and a section of the iron chain hit them. Kachachi! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The two Mo family elders cried out in pain and flew out. They fell heavily on the ground and were no longer breathing. At this moment, the entire Mo family was in chaos. When Yen Quan pulled out the iron chain, the entire Mo family's land shook violently as if there was an earthquake. What happened? Many disciples of the Mahist were panicking. The head of the Mo family and a few elders had been standing guard in front of the stone house. Other than them, there were a few more people. One of them was the young prince, Yin Jiufeng. Beside him, there were a few elders with powerful auras. At this moment, the Mo family head's expression changed drastically. Not good, there's a problem underground. The head of the Mo family cried out. Chapter 330 Escape, Battle. Quick, gather the experts of the family and prepare for a change. The head of the Mo family roared and his voice spread throughout the entire Mo family. Buzz! Woo-woo! Many figures flew over from every corner of the Mo family. These were all martial arts Grandmaster realm experts. As one of the top 10 families in the Yin Empire, the Mo family's strength was not to be underestimated. In addition to these martial Grandmaster powerhouses, there were also some martial Grandmaster realm martial artists gathered. In an instant, the stone house was filled with people. In the underground cave. Break! Die! Yen Quan roared. His true energy burst forth like an ancient beast struggling. Clang! 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 With 3 consecutive crisp sounds, the remaining 3 chains were all broken by the hot spring. Ha ha ha, I've been trapped for more than 10 years, and I've finally escaped. Mo family, accept my revenge. Yan Quan laughed crazily, his face revealing an extremely ferocious expression. After a while, he turned to look at Lu Ming and Mo Ying. Whoosh! He moved his body and appeared a few meters in front of Lu Ming and Mo Ying in an instant. Ah! Mo Ying was so scared that she gasped and took 3 steps back. Lu Ming's figure did not move, but his pupils shrank. He held the long spear horizontally in front of him, ready for a great battle. Ha, little girl, what are you afraid of? You guys saved me, why would I make things difficult for you? Yan Quan grinned at Mo Ying, then looked at Lu Ming with surprise in his eyes. Little brother, this time, it's all thanks to you that this old man was able to escape. This is a great favor, and I can't not repay it. However, now is not the time to talk about this. After this old man has destroyed the Mo family, we will talk about this again. Yan Quan laughed and strode toward the exit. Let's go out too. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then followed the old man out with Mo Ying. When he passed by the corpses of the 2 Mo family elders, Lu Ming had silently devoured their blood essence. The 3 of them continued forward. Soon, he walked out of the underground and returned to the stone house. Boom! Yan Quan's palm struck out, and the stone door of the stone house exploded. Broken stones flew everywhere, and a burst of exclamations came from outside. It seems that they are all waiting outside. Good, I don't need to go and find them. Yan Quan grinned, his eyes filled with killing intent as he strode out. Lu Ming and Mo Ying followed. Lu Ming's expression changed the moment he walked out of the stone house. There were hundreds of people outside. All of them had powerful auras and were all experts. Even the weakest among them was at the martial grandmaster realm. Flame Spring. Seeing the 3 of them come out, the Mo family head and several elders' expressions changed drastically, and they cried out. Set up the formation, quickly set up the formation. One of the elders shrieked. Buzz! Buzz! Their figures flashed wildly. At least a few dozen martial grandmasters moved and formed a battle formation. At the forefront of the battle formation were the Mo family head and a few elders. Mo Ying, how dare you release the demon that the family has been suppressing? You are unforgivable. The head of the Mo family shouted. Mo Ying's body trembled when she heard this. They had lied to Mo Ying and wanted to use her as a guide to refine her into the Yin Moon demonic chief. But now, as soon as she came out, the head of the Mo family pinned the crime of releasing the demon suppressed by the Mo family on Mo Ying's head. He was really shameless. Family head, you lied to me. There's no inheritance of our ancestor down there. You want to kill me? Mo Ying said in a trembling voice. Shut up, little bitch. You're wrong. If you still dare to talk back, kneel down and accept your death. The head of the Mo family shouted, not allowing Mo Ying to talk back. He was no longer as kind as before. Mo Ying's face was pale, and her delicate body trembled non-stop. She bit her lip so hard that it bled, and she didn't even know it was bleeding. Initially, she still had a glimmer of hope for the Mo family, but now, she had lost all hope. Ha, old man, you lied to your own disciples, saying that you want to pass on the ancestors' legacy, but it's actually just for the order of the younger disciples to refine some bullshit Inua demonic chief. Now you're still making it sound so grand, are you a fucking dog? Don't you have any shame? Lu Ming laughed loudly, pointing at the Mo family head and berating him. Little bastard, what did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? The head of the Mo family roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. Who the hell are you? Do I have to give you face when I speak? Don't flatter yourself. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked at the head of the Mo family in disdain, as if he was looking at a pile of dog shit. This kind of gaze almost made the head of the Mo family spit out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. Ha ha ha, little brother, that was a good scolding. The entire Mo family is a pile of dog shit, ha. Yan Quan laughed. Damn it, damn it. Lu Ming, you've ruined the refinement of the Dark Moon demonic chief and the great plan of the Dark Moon imperial family. Even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to make up for it. At this moment, a sharp cry filled with resentment rang out. It was Yin Jiufeng. Oh, isn't this the young prince? Why don't you go home and drink your milk? Do you want to get beaten up again? Lu Ming pursed his lips. One sentence almost caused Yin Jiufeng to suffer internal injuries. Lu Ming, if I don't kill you today, I'm not a human. Yin Jiufeng shouted in a furious voice. If I remember correctly, you called me that last time. Why? Are you still human? Lu Ming revealed a mocking smile. Arg! You fuck you. Kill him. Kill him. Yin Jiufeng's face turned ashen, and he almost exploded in anger. Kill! The two elders behind Yin Jiufeng shouted and were about to pounce on Lu Ming. Who can he kill? Yan Quan coldly shouted as he threw a punch. Bang! Bang! The two old men exploded, scaring Yin Jiufeng so much that he screamed repeatedly. Under the protection of the remaining two old men, he retreated frantically. Let's attack together and suppress old demon Yan Quan. The head of the Mo family roared. Suppress old demon Yan Quan. Everyone from the Mo family shouted. More than 30 martial grandmaster powerhouses set up a large array and charged toward Yan Quan. Good. I'll settle the score with the Mo family today. Yan Quan shouted as he charged towards the Mo clan. Kill. Yan Quan shouted with a shocking aura, like a demonic god. He threw out a punch, and a brilliant fist force shot out toward the Mo family. Lu Ming could sense that the aura from the flame spring was not any weaker than the sect leaders of the 5 major sects of the Blazing Sun Empire. This was the limit of Zhongshe realm, known as Half-Step King realm. 100 swords formation, suppress and kill. The people from the Mo family did not dare to be careless. More than 30 people joined forces, and their auras merged together to form a giant sword that was hundreds of meters tall, slashing down at Yan Quan. Boom! The huge sword and the fist radiance collided, producing a shocking boom. The entire Mo family shook violently, and some of the nearby buildings were blown to pieces by the shock wave. This attack was evenly matched. Kill! Immediately, Yan Quan and the Mo family members began to fight again. Kill! Kill this little bastard now! Yin Jiufeng shouted. Buzz! Buzz! Behind Yin Jiufeng, the remaining two elders charged towards Lu Ming, exuding a powerful aura. Martial Ancestor 8th Stage. The two elders were both in the 8th level of the Martial Ancestor realm. Bloodline evolution again. Now, let's see who can save you. Yin Jiufeng revealed a malevolent expression. However, a smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He stood there without moving. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar came from the sky. A tall and burly figure descended from the sky and landed heavily between Lu Ming and the two elders, leaving a huge pit in the ground. Golden-eyed blood corpse. This tall figure was actually the golden-eyed blood corpse. We've finally arrived. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Just now, when he came out of the stone house, he noticed the demon suppressing token's abnormality. He noticed that the golden-eyed blood corpse was near Su Tiancheng and was probably looking for him. He wasn't surprised that the golden-eyed blood corpse was able to escape from the Yin Empire's assassins. The golden-eyed blood corpse had already reached the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9, and its body was like Vajra. If it wanted to escape, even a half-step king warrior might not be able to kill it. When Lu Ming discovered that the golden-eyed blood corpse was nearby, he immediately used the demon-suppressing token to summon the golden-eyed blood corpse. He also deliberately talked to Yin Jiufeng and the others to stall for time. Finally, the golden-eyed blood corpse arrived. "Goldeneye, kill them," Lu Ming ordered. "Roar!" The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and pounced forward. Bang! Bang! In just one exchange, the two 8th-grade martial ancestor realm elders that Yin Jiufeng had brought with him screamed and flew back. On each of their bodies, there was an additional claw wound. Where the claws had scratched, the flesh and blood had disappeared, revealing the white bones. It was extremely horrifying. This scene was too sudden, and Yin Jiufeng was immediately stunned. Mo Ying, who was beside Lu Ming, was also stunned. She realized that she could not see through Lu Ming at all. Since the first time she saw Lu Ming and heard him call out, "Qi is divided into yin and yang," Lu Ming had brought her a series of surprises. In her opinion, Lu Ming was a mystery, an unfathomable mystery. Now, there was actually a 9th-level martial arts grandmaster taking orders from him. "Monster, run! Take the young prince away!" An old man roared. He wanted to rush over and take Yin Jiufeng away, but it was already too late. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and rushed out. It waved its claws and the claw rays were like heavenly blades. Puchi! In just a few moves, the two old men were torn into two by the golden-eyed blood zombies and died an unnatural death. Ah! Yin Jiufeng screamed in fear, his face as white as paper and his body trembling. The 4 experts his father had sent to help him had been killed just like that, leaving him all alone. "Now, it's your turn." Lu Ming looked at Yin Jiufeng with a smile. However, in Yin Jiufeng's eyes, Lu Ming's smile was more terrifying than a demon's. "Mo family head, Mo family head, quickly save me, quickly save me." Yin Jiufeng shouted with all his might. However, the head of the Mo family did not even look at him. What a joke, to save him. Right now, everyone from the Mo family was locked in a battle with the flame spring. They could not even take care of themselves, so how could they have the time to save him? "It seems that no one will come to save you." Lu Ming smiled again and walked towards Yin Jiufeng step by step. "No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. My father is the Duke of the South, and he has a large number of soldiers. If you kill me, you'll die too. And the referee." Yin Jiufeng shouted. "What else is there? Last time, I let you off for the sake of the Mo family. Are you going to use the Mo family to threaten me this time? Besides, you've tried to kill me many times. How can I let you go?" Lu Ming's expression finally turned cold. "Don't!" Yin Jiufeng roared, turned around, and ran. However, Lu Ming flicked his fingers and a spear ray shot out, piercing through Yin Jiufeng's back. Yin Jiufeng screamed and fell to the ground. He screamed repeatedly, but he didn't die. Lu Ming walked over and squatted down to look at Yin Jiufeng. "Save me, save me." Yin Jiufeng struggled with all his might, blood flowing out of his mouth. "Save you? I'll tell you another secret, and you won't ask me to save you anymore. I have another name, and that is Tianyun." Lu Ming smiled faintly and whispered in Yin Jiufeng's ear. "What?" Yin Jiufeng's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of despair. He growled, "Champion." Before he could even say the word, "Ho," he had already died. The Blazing Sun Empire's champion, Ho Tianyun, was known by all in the Yin Empire. He killed several powerful legions of the Dark Moon Empire and shocked the Dark Moon Empire. Upon hearing that it was Tianyun, Yin Jiufeng lost all hope and took his last breath. The Mo family's Grandmaster Realm martial artists looked at Lu Ming in horror and did not dare to attack him. Boom! Boom! Between heaven and earth, only the sound of Yan Quan and the Mo family's battle reverberated. The battle between Yan Quan and the Mo family was still ongoing. It had to be said that the 100-sword battle formation set up by the Mo family was indeed very powerful. Even with more than 30 martial ancestor realm experts and the Mo family head's 9th level martial ancestor realm cultivation, they were still able to fight to a draw with Yan Quan, who was at the half-step king realm. Roar! At this moment, the golden-eyed blood corpse growled beside Lu Ming, its gaze constantly looking in the direction of the stone house. You're going to absorb the blood? Lu Ming understood what the golden-eyed blood corpse meant. The golden-eyed blood corpse was very thirsty for the flood dragon blood in the underground cave. Go! Lu Ming muttered. Buzz! After receiving Lu Ming's order, the golden-eyed blood zombie rushed toward the underground cave. On the other hand, Lu Ming stood still, refining the blood essence while watching the battle. Lu Ming's body had devoured the blood essence of a few 8th realm martial arts grandmasters. It was too thick. The blood essence was constantly converted into energy and refined into true qi. Lu Ming started to aim for the 4th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. Boom! 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 Not long after, Lu Ming's body let out a dull sound. He had broken through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Just as Lu Ming broke through to the 4th tier martial ancestor realm, the 9-dragon bloodline suddenly let out a long howl. It rushed out of Lu Ming's body and howled towards the sky. At the same time, the body of the 9-dragon bloodlines changed rapidly. It was originally a python that was more than 10 meters long, but it was now rapidly growing longer and thicker. The scales on its body became more crystal clear. Then, 4 claws grew out of the python's belly, like dragon claws. On the top of its head, there were 2 horns. A flood dragon. This was the image of a flood dragon. The bloodline of the 9 dragons had evolevered. After devouring an astonishing amount of blood essence and a flood dragon's soul, the bloodline of the 9 dragons finally began to evolve. From the python form, it had evolevered into the flood dragon form. Ow! The flood dragon of the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared into the sky, and a bright Asilavira chakra appeared on its body. King-level bloodline. The great martial masters of the Mo family and Mo Ing were all dumbfounded. Even the Mo family's martial arts grandmasters in the battle and Yan Quan looked at Lu Ming in shock. Bloodlines could actually evolve. From ordinary to king level. This was too shocking, simply unheard of. He had never seen such a record in the ancient records. This young man is too extraordinary. Yan Quan's eyes were bright, and no one knew what he was thinking. The terrifying devouring power. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. The evolution of the 9 dragons' bloodline was too sudden and he could not control it at all. If possible, he would never choose to let his bloodline evolve at this time. Retreat quickly and spread this news to the Duke of the South and the imperial family. This man is a monster. He must be killed. The head of the Mo family shouted at the martial grandmasters. A bloodline that could evolve was simply unheard of. It was too shocking. Since they were already enemies, they couldn't let such a person live. This was what the head of the Mo family thought. Let's go. There were more than 100 martial grandmasters, and they all rushed in all directions. If that's the case, then all of you can stay. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes exuding a terrifying murderous intent. The bloodline of the 9 dragons must not be exposed. Although this place was far away from the headquarters of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, it would be a disaster if the characteristics of the 9 dragon bloodline were to be passed to Martial Emperor De. These people must die. Lu Ming soared into the sky, and the 9 dragon bloodline appeared behind him. A worm dragon that was 100 meters long was floating above Lu Ming's head. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared into the sky, and a powerful devouring power burst out of its mouth. The devouring power was dozens of times stronger than before it evolved. The mouth of the 9 dragon bloodline was like a black hole, and a terrifying devouring power spread out, shrouding more than 100 martial grandmasters. The 100 or so great martial masters seemed to have been frozen in place, and then they showed extremely frightened expressions. The power of my bloodline is being lost. Not good, I feel like my blood essence is about to be drawn out. More than 100 people let out terrified screams. Devour. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he shouted. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons suddenly cried out, and the devouring power in its mouth became even stronger. Then, a terrifying scene happened. All kinds of bloodlines floated above the heads of more than 100 great martial master realm warriors. These bloodlines wailed and actually left their masters, flying towards the 9 dragon bloodlines and being swallowed by them. My bloodline power has been devoured. He screamed, but then the scream stopped abruptly. That was because 9 drops of blood essence flew out of each person's body and were swallowed by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. More than 100 people fell to the ground stiffly, without a trace of life. The scene was silent. Even the battle between the Mo clan's martial arts grandmasters and Yan Quan had stopped for a short while. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The roar of the bloodline had actually devoured the bloodline power and blood essence of more than 100 people. What kind of ability was this? He was simply a demon. Demon, you're a demon. Someone from the Mo family shouted. What demon? In my opinion, your Mo family is the real demon. All of you should die, kill. Yan Quan roared and charged towards the Mo family again. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle again. Mo Ying looked at Lu Ming with fear in her eyes. I didn't expect the devouring power to be so terrifying after the 9 dragon bloodline evolved to king class. It can directly devour a living person. Even Lu Ming himself was a little shocked. In the past, it could only devour the blood essence of the dead. Now that his 9 dragon bloodline had evolved to the king tier, he could even devour living people. Those were only great martial master realm warriors. I wonder if they have any effect on warriors above the martial ancestor realm. At the thought of this, Lu Ming cast his gaze at the Mo family's martial arts grandmasters. I'll try. Immediately, Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragon bloodline. The terrifying devouring power enveloped the Mo family's martial arts grandmasters. Immediately, some of the martial grandmaster powerhouses with low cultivation levels trembled, and the power of their bloodlines became somewhat unstable. What the hell is this power? The martial arts grandmasters roared and their essential chi exploded wildly to resist Lu Ming's devouring power. It's more effective for martial artists below the 4th level of martial arts grandmaster. It can affect the stability of their blood vessels. It's also effective for martial artists above the 4th level of martial arts grandmaster, but relatively speaking, it's less effective. Lu Ming came to a conclusion in an instant. For martial artists with lower cultivation than him, it was still very effective. It could affect the circulation of blood vessels, but it could not directly devour blood essence and the power of blood vessels like a great martial master. It would be blocked. Those with higher cultivation levels than Lu Ming would also be of use, but the effect would be relatively smaller. However, this effect should not be underestimated. If he were to affect his opponent's bloodline or even blood essence in a great battle, his combat power would definitely be greatly reduced. Be careful. At this moment, the head of the Mo family shouted. Due to the influence of the devouring power from Lu Ming's bloodline, the Mo family's 100-sword battle formation became unstable. Yan Quan seized the opportunity to attack and was immediately at a disadvantage. The Mo family will be destroyed today. Yan Quan roared, his attacks like a tide. Hold on. Yan Quan has been suppressed for more than 10 years and has been seriously injured. This is only a temporary eruption and he can't hold on for long. When he can't hold on any longer, it will be our time to counterattack. At that time, everything will still be under our control. The head of the Mo family roared. Everyone from the Mo family was determined and used all their strength to stabilize the situation. Yan Quan's face was a little gloomy. His situation was indeed as the Mo family head had said. He had been suppressed and tortured for too long. He had many internal injuries. Now, he could only use a secret skill to burst out his peak combat strength, but he couldn't hold on for long. Once the secret skill's time was up, he would be in a passive position. Immediately, Yan Quan used all his strength and attacked with all his might. Ha! Yan Quan can't hold it in anymore. It's just as I guessed, we'll hold on. The head of the Mo family laughed and revealed a happy expression. Boom! At this moment, a loud boom came from the ground behind the stone house. Then, a blood-red pillar of light shot out from the ground and broke through the clouds. Buzz! Then, a burly figure rushed out of the blood-red light pillar. Golden-eyed blood corpse. This figure was the golden-eyed blood corpse that had gone to the underground cave to absorb the flood dragon blood. But now, the golden-eyed blood corpse's aura was extremely terrifying, not any weaker than the flame spring. This was the aura of a half-step king. He didn't expect the golden-eyed blood corpse to advance from the martial ancestor 9 Dan to the half-step king realm after absorbing the flood dragon's blood. And in such a short time. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Goldeneye, kill them. Lu Ming pointed at the Mo family. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and pounced towards the Mo family members. Not good, block it, block it. The Mo family head's expression changed drastically. Ha ha ha, this is the will of the heavens to destroy your Mo family. Die! How could Yan Quan miss this opportunity? He laughed as he charged towards the Mo family members. Devour! Lu Ming once again controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline. The powerful devouring power was used on the Mo family members. Boom! Boom! There were 2 explosions. Immediately after, screams of pain were heard. Some of the Mo family's warriors who were only in the first and second realm of the martial ancestor realm were killed by the terrifying energy. Even those with high cultivation were shocked. The 100-sword battle formation was broken. The Mo family, destroyed. Under the combined attacks of Yan Quan, the golden-eyed blood corpse, and Lu Ming, the Mo family's 100 swords battle formation fell apart. 7 or 8 first and second grade martial ancestor realm experts were instantly killed. Not good, go, quickly go. At this moment, the head of the Mo family was extremely frightened as he roared madly. The 100-sword battle array had been broken, and the enemy had 2 half-step king warriors. There was no need to fight. If they stayed here, they would definitely die. After the Mo family head finished shouting, he turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. No one can escape if they want to. Yan Quan roared and was the first to chase after the Mo family head. Within a few breaths, he had caught up to the Mo family head. Flame spring. The head of the Mo family roared in shock and launched a frenzied counterattack. However, the difference between a normal martial ancestor realm warrior and a half-step king was extremely obvious. In just a few moves, the head of the Mo family was already coughing up blood. Die! Yan Quan shouted as he grabbed the head of the Mo family's head and twisted it off. Ha ha ha, kill, kill, kill. Yan Quan laughed and continued to chase after the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the other side, Lu Ming's long spear kept stabbing out. The spear's radiance burst out and a few Mo family warriors in the 3rd and 4th grade martial arts grandmaster realm were pierced into sieves. The golden-eyed blood zombie moved around and its body flashed rapidly. It waved its claws and tore the Mo clan martial arts grandmasters into pieces. This was a massacre. In front of the golden-eyed blood corpse and Yan Quan, the many Wuzongs of the Mo clan were as weak as babies, unable to resist at all. Even if they managed to escape, they would be caught and killed. Lu Ming did not feel sorry for her. The Yinyu Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire were at war. They were enemies. Moreover, it was the Mahist who wanted his life first. Since they were mortal enemies, there was no need to show mercy. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Kill! Lu Ming held his long spear and fought a bloody battle. Now that he had broken through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm, any martial artist below the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm would not pose much of a threat to him. Little bastard, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. A 7th grade martial arts grandmaster elder from the Mo family roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared, and the terrifying devouring power acted on the old man's body, causing his body to slow down slightly. Whoosh! Lu Ming dashed past him and the long spear pierced through his heart, blasting a huge hole. Killed in one move. Then, the blood essence and the power of the bloodline all flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons. In the sky above the Mo family, screams rose and fell. Not far away, the Mo family's martial masters, warriors, and even those with lower cultivation bases were fleeing in all directions. Lu Ming did not kill these people. These people did not see the evolution of Lu Ming's blood meridian. They were not a threat to him and there was no need to kill them. At this moment, Su Tiancheng fell into a deathly silence. Countless people hid in their homes, shivering. After a while, the screams stopped. The dozens of martial arts grandmasters from the Mo family were all killed. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse howled as its blood chi rose. Its body was red, but its eyes were even more golden. Mo Ing stood there in a daze and looked around. The corpses reflected in her eyes, and her eyes were extremely complicated. In this short period of time, her life had experienced a tremendous change. These people used to be the elders of the family whom she respected, but now she suddenly found out that they were just using her. For a moment, she really found it hard to bear. Lu Ming did not say anything. He just stood there quietly. Miss Mo Ing, I'm leaving. What are your plans? Lu Ming spoke after a while. Although Mo Ing had also seen his bloodline evolution, he could not kill Mo Ing to silence her. Mo Ying's body trembled as if she had come back to her senses. She squeezed out an ugly smile and said, Brother Lu, I'm planning to leave the Yinyu Empire and travel the world. That's good. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming knew that Mo Ing more or less held a grudge against him. No matter what, Mo Ing was a member of the Mo family and Lu Ming had killed so many of their members. It was normal for Mo Ing to bear a grudge against him. Therefore, Lu Ming did not invite Mo Ing to go with him. Brother Lu, I'll see you again if fate allows it. Mo Ing said softly. She glanced at the Mo family, then turned into a rainbow light and disappeared into the sky. Ha, little brother, I can't bear to. At this moment, Yan Quan appeared beside Lu Ming. No, I'm just sighing. Sometimes, fate is really unpredictable. Lu Ming smiled faintly. That's right. Fate is unpredictable, so we must cultivate martial arts to break the shackles of fate and fight against the heavens. Yan Quan grinned and immediately said, Little brother, it's all thanks to your help that I was able to escape this time. If you have any requests, just tell me. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely do my best. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. You're too kind, senior. It was just a coincidence. That won't do. I've always been a person who repays kindness with kindness and hatred with hatred. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, not only would I not be able to get out of this trap, but I would also be refined into a Een Moon demonic chief and be trapped in it forever. This is a great favor that I have to repay. Yan Quan stubbornly said. This. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. To be honest, Yan Quan's combat power was extremely strong. It would be a lie to say that he didn't want to ask Yan Quan for help. Senior, please stay by my side and help me for a while. Is that possible? Lu Ming said after a moment of silence. Okay, then I'll stay by your side and help you for 10 years. After 10 years, we'll be even. How about it? He said. Yan Quan opened his mouth and said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Many thanks, Senior. The current situation in the Blazing Sun Empire was complicated. With Yan Quan's help and the golden-eyed blood corpse, Lu Ming finally had the ability to protect himself. He could then become a true overlord in the Blazing Sun Empire and have the power to compete with the omnidirectional sword school. One had to know that in the Blazing Sun Empire, half-step kings were the strongest. The Blazing Sun Empire had not produced a true king for hundreds of years. Yan Quan grinned. In fact, Yan Quan was also very curious about Lu Ming. He was so young, but not only was he very powerful, but he also had a powerful existence like the golden-eyed blood zombie by his side. Yan Quan had lived for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Senior, to tell you the truth, I'm not from the Inu Empire, but from the Blazing Sun Empire. Moreover, the Blazing Sun and Inu Empires are currently at war. I wonder if Senior would mind. Lu Ming said. A war between two countries. The royal family of the Dark Moon Empire is despicable and tried to harm me. I'm going to get even with them. I'm going to the Blazing Sun Empire and kill the experts of the Dark Moon Empire. That's what I want. Yan Quan laughed. Alright, let's go. Lu Ming said. Soon after, the golden-eyed blood corpse and Yan Quan turned into a rainbow and disappeared in the direction of the Moonview City. On the way, Lu Ming briefly explained his identity and the current situation. Lu Ming also had a rough idea of the experience at the Flame Spring. Chapter 334 Return, Something Big Has Happened. Yan Quan was not a native of the Dark Moon Empire, but a foreign cultivator who had traveled to the Dark Moon Empire more than 10 years ago. In the meantime, he got to know a top expert of the Inoue royal family and the previous master of the Mo family. At that time, the three of them had a very good relationship. Who would have thought that the previous master of the Mo family and the existence of the Inoue royal family would have the ambition of Wallivers? They had secretly poisoned the Flame Spring and then suppressed it under the Mo family in order to refine it into the Inoue demonic chief. This suppression had lasted for more than 10 years. If Lu Ming had not encountered this by chance, he would not have been able to escape the fate of being refined into the Inoue demonic chief. On the way, Yan Quan's expression suddenly changed slightly, revealing a bitter smile. I've been suppressed for more than 10 years, and I've been seriously injured. I've also forcefully activated my secret skill earlier, and now that the time limit is up, I need to find a place to heal. Senior's healing is more important. Lu Ming said. Immediately, the two of them found a hidden place. Yan Quan sat cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. Lu Ming had the golden-eyed blood corpse patrol the surroundings while he sat cross-legged. Previously, he had devoured a large amount of blood essence, and now he was just about to start refining. Half of it was absorbed by the bloodline, while the other half was converted into true qi. There were dozens of Mo clan's martial arts grandmasters. Among them, there were a few in the 8th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm and the head of the Mo clan, who was in the 9th level of martial arts grandmaster realm. How strong was the power of blood essence? Lu Ming's cultivation level rose rapidly again. After a day, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the peak of the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. However, at this point, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, he could not break through. Lu Ming knew that his cultivation level had increased too quickly, causing his essential qi to be impure and his foundation to be unstable. He needed a period of time to polish it before he could continue to improve. Lu Ming then used the remaining blood essence to improve his blood meridian. However, after refining all the blood essence, the 9-dragon bloodline was still king class and did not improve. It was too difficult to improve one's bloodline. At this time, Yan Quan was still circulating his energy to heal his injuries. His entire body was suffused with waves of scarlet-red aura. It was incomparably hot as he recuperated his body. Yan Quan's healing took 7 days. 7 days later, Yan Quan opened his eyes. "Senior, how do you feel?" Lu Ming asked. "After being suppressed for more than 10 years, I have too many hidden injuries. It will be difficult to heal them in a short time. However, I have stabilized them for the time being. If I go all out during the war, it will not be a problem. As for the other hidden injuries, I will slowly recuperate. It will not take long for them to recover." Yan Quan said. "That's good," Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, the three of them continued their journey. With the speed of the three of them, it only took half a day to return to Moonview City. Of course, on the way, Lu Ming put on his mask again and returned to Tianyun's appearance. "Lord Marquis has returned." The blood-red cavalry in charge of patrolling the camp shouted in surprise when they saw Lu Ming. Immediately after, the news of Lu Ming's return spread throughout Moonview City at a crazy speed, causing a huge sensation. Buzz! Buzz! 2 figures flew over at high speed. They were Qiu Yu and Xian Yanqing. "Young master." Qiu Yu was extremely excited when she saw Lu Ming. She was not afraid of being embarrassed and threw herself into Lu Ming's arms. Her tears flowed like pearls and she cried like a pear blossom bathed in rain. Young master, you're finally back. We saw the traces of a battle at the Golden Eyes cultivation place and thought you. Woo-woo, it's great that you're back." Qiu Yu burst into tears and her eyes rolled down, wetting Lu Ming's clothes. "Silly girl, your young master is very lucky, how could something easily happen to him? Besides, I can't bear to leave my Qiu Yu." Lu Ming stroked Qiu Yu's hair and said softly. Qiu Yu felt better and left Lu Ming's arms. However, her eyes were red and tears were still welling up. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and remained silent. "Humph, you're so comfortable. You're so sweet and soft the moment you come back." Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth. "Little Qing, my arms are free now. Do you want to try?" Lu Ming blinked and smiled. "Try your head. It's good that you're not dead." Xian Yanqing continued to snort. "Ha, I still owe you one thing. How can I die before I finish it?" Lu Ming laughed. "Humph, it's good that you remember." Xian Yanqing continued to sneer. At this moment, Huaying and the other blood-red cavalry generals appeared one by one. Then, it was Ming Meng, the 3 Ming siblings, and the others. "Greetings, Lord Marquis." When they saw Lu Ming, they saluted him. "No need to be so polite. Let's go back to the camp." Lu Ming waved his hand. On the way, Yan Quan saw the majestic and powerful blood-red cavalry, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. He was quite shocked. However, Lu Ming frowned. This was because he realized that the entire military camp was on high alert and the atmosphere was very heavy. Could it be that another war had occurred recently? "Huaying, how's the situation recently? Could it be that another battle is about to take place? The atmosphere in the camp doesn't feel right." Lu Ming asked as soon as they arrived at the camp. "Lord Marquis, something big has happened." This was Huaying's first sentence, and her face was extremely serious. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and swept his gaze across the room. He noticed that Ming Meng, Ming Cheng, and the rest all had grave expressions. Lu Ming had a bad feeling and asked, "Tell me, what happened?" "Lord Marquis, the Ghost Moon Saber's sect has been destroyed." Huaying replied. "What?" Even with Lu Ming's mental fortitude, his body trembled violently at this moment, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was one of the 5 great sects of the Blazing Sun Empire. It dominated the north of the Blazing Sun Empire and was an overlord. It was extremely powerful. How could such a powerful force be destroyed just like that? Even if the 10 Directions Sword School attacked with all their might, they might not be able to take down the Ghost Moon Saber sect. What's going on? Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Master Ho, 10 days ago, the Dark Moon Empire dispatched 2 million troops to attack the Ghost Moon Saber sect's territory. The Ghost Moon Saber sect sent out a large number of experts to resist, but they never expected that at this time, a large number of experts from the 10 Directions Sword sect would suddenly attack the Ghost Moon Saber sect. At the same time, a portion of the Ghost Moon Saber sect's people had long surrendered to the 10 Directions Sword sect and attacked the Ghost Moon Saber sect from the inside. Cooperating from the inside and from the outside, they broke through the Ghost Moon Saber sect in one fell swoop, and a large number of Ghost Moon Saber sect disciples were slaughtered. After that, Shifang Jian sent out a large number of experts, and together with the experts of the Dark Moon Empire, they surrounded and killed the experts of the Ghost Moon Saber sect. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was caught off guard, and the experts were all killed and injured. The Ghost Moon Saber sect was completely destroyed. Hua Ying explained. So that's how it is. I understand. This is a trap that was set up from the start. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. It was obvious that the 10 Directions Sword School had been working with the Dark Moon Empire for a long time. That was why the Yin Moon Empire's army had decided to attack. Their goal was to attract the powerhouses of the Ghost Moon Saber sect and make preparations for their attack. Unfortunately, the Dark Moon Empire suffered heavy losses due to Lu Ming's sabotage last time and did not attract many powerhouses from the Ghost Moon Saber sect. Therefore, there were assassins who tried to kill Lu Ming. Moreover, there were people from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion among them. After thinking about it, everything was clear. 10 Directions Sword School, you 10 Directions Sword School. Lu Ming muttered. Chapter 335. Before one wave settled, another wave rose. Lord Marquis, the Ghost Moon Saber sect has been destroyed, and the entire Blazing Sun Empire has been shaken. We're in the north, not far from the Ghost Moon Saber sect. We're afraid that the 10 Directions Sword School will make a move on us, so we're so heavily guarded. Hua Ying explained. The Ghost Moon Saber sect has been exterminated, and the army of the Yin Empire has moved south and occupied a large area of the Burning Sun Empire's territory. I guess this is the benefit that the 10 Directional Sword sect has promised the Yin Empire. They're really a bunch of traitors. Ming Meng said through gritted teeth. Has the 10 Directions Sword sect made any new moves during this time? Lu Ming asked. Not yet. Hua Ying said. Keep an eye on the news from the outside world. The 10 Directions Sword sect's move has shaken the entire country. The other sects will definitely not remain indifferent. They will definitely join forces. This is not good news for the 10 Directions Sword sect. Therefore, the 10 Directions Sword sect will definitely make a big move next. Lu Ming analyzed. At this moment, Ming Meng's expression changed slightly. He moved his hand and a jade tablet appeared. This was a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, and most generals would have one in their hands to transmit messages. When Ming Meng saw the message from the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, his body trembled violently, and his face instantly became extremely pale, without a trace of blood. How did this happen? Ming Meng roared, his eyes filled with disbelief. Brother Ming, what happened? Lu Ming asked hurriedly, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. The Heavenly King of Suppression revolted and led the army to break into the capital and raze the palace. His Majesty the Emperor was killed. Ming Meng was practically trembling as he called out. What? Ming Meng's words were like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. It rang in the hearts of most of the people present, including Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Hua Ying, and the rest turned pale. Heavenly King Suppression, 10 Directions Sword School. Lu Ming roared, his killing intent surging like a tide. Heavenly King Jin couldn't have done this alone. Without thinking, the one controlling everything was definitely the 10 Direction Sword School. Traitor, traitor, how dare the Heavenly King, this traitor! How dare he! Huaying shouted hysterically, her eyes red. He was a member of the imperial family, and he almost went crazy. Heavenly King Jin Tian's banner is to get rid of the fatuous ruler and build a strong and powerful Burning Sun Empire. Ha, how shameless, how shameless! Ming Meng laughed from extreme anger. Father, mother. The first people that came to Lu Ming's mind were Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. How were Lu Yuntian and Li Ping doing in the General Star Hall? At the thought of this, Lu Ming was burning with anxiety. Young master, old master and madam. At the side, Chiu Yu clutched Lu Ming's arm tightly. Her entire body trembled slightly and she was extremely worried. Brother Ming, is there any more news? Did anyone from the imperial family survive? Lu Ming forced himself to calm down. It had already happened, so there was no point in worrying. Only by getting more information could he decide what to do next. According to the news, Heavenly King Jin Tian actually attacked. His Majesty and the experts of the royal family fought back with all their might, and in the end, the 8th prince managed to escape with a group of people. However, after the 8th prince and his group escaped from the imperial city, there was no news of them at all. Ming Meng said. Hua Qi has escaped. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he had a glimmer of hope. If it was possible, Hua Qi would have definitely brought Lu Yuntian and Li Ping with him when he escaped. That way, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping might still be fine. 10 Direction Sword Sect, if anything happens to my parents, I swear I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with endless cold killing intent. Lord Marquis, what should we do now? From now on, the entire mountain's suppressing army will listen to Lord Marquis's orders. Ming Meng cupped his fists and knelt on one knee. All right. Lu Ming did not decline and agreed immediately. In terms of rank, the Marquis champion was higher than Ming Meng, so it was normal for him to lead the mountain-suppressing army. All generals, hear my order. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and began to give orders. Lord Marquis, please give your orders. Huaying, Ming Meng, and the others all knelt on one knee. Full Moon City is located in the north. To the north is the Yingyue Empire, and to the south is the Shifang Sword School. It's very disadvantageous for us, so we shouldn't stay for long. Ming Meng, lead the mountain guarding army to the east and head to the Forgotten Immortal Pass. The Forgotten Immortal Pass is easy to defend and hard to attack. It's a natural stronghold and has always been under the command of the royal family. We will never ally our Slaviers with the 10 Direction Sword Sect. Moreover, after we reach the Forgotten Immortal Pass, we can form a corner with the Mystical Sword Sect and join forces with them to resist the 10 Direction Sword Sect. Lu Ming instructed. He knew that the Blazing Sun Empire was about to fall into chaos, and a great war was about to break out. Your subordinate obeys. Ming Meng said. In addition, 30,000 blood-red cavalry, come with me to the imperial capital and save the 8th prince. Lu Ming ordered, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yes. Huaying and the others acknowledged the order loudly, their killing intent soaring. Lord Marquis, you can't. There are many experts in the Shifang Sword Sect. This trip is too dangerous. Ming Meng's expression changed drastically as he opposed. Although the blood-red cavalry were strong, they could only charge and break through enemy lines. If the omnipresent sword sect sent a top expert to assassinate Lu Ming, it would be dangerous. The others also hesitated. It's fine. I'll kill anyone from the 10 Direction Sword Sect I see. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom. 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 Just then, a loud rumble came from outside. Report, there's a large army coming from outside. A soldier came to report. It must be the 10 Direction Sword School. The 10 Directions Sword School is finally here. I knew they wouldn't leave a nail like us here. Ming Meng's expression changed. Good, blood-red iron cavalry, follow me to kill the enemy. Lu Ming ordered. Yes. Hua Ying and the others accepted the order. Boom. 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 Not long after, Lu Ming rode the blood-scaled Wolf King, followed by Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, the golden-eyed blood corpse, Yan Quan, Hua Ying, Ming Meng, and the rest. He led 30,000 blood-red cavalry out of the camp and arrived outside Moonview City. In front of him, dust filled the air as a majestic army appeared in sight. Black warhorses, black armor, black weapons, and a flood of pitch-black steel surged through the world. A huge flag with a divine sword embroidered on it fluttered in the wind. That's the Ghost Moon Saber Sect's Ghost Metal Army. It seems like the Ghost Metal Army has already joined the 10 Direction Sword School. Ming Meng's expression changed. That flag was the flag of the 10 Direction Sword Sect. Lu Ming nodded. The Ghost Moon Saber Sect had been annihilated. It was normal for some of the legions under the Ghost Moon Saber Sect to join the Omnidirectional Sword Sect. Boom. 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 The Ghost Metal Army stopped a few miles away. They had a strong aura and were densely packed. Judging from their numbers, there should be no less than 100,000 people. Buzz. Buzz. A few figures flew out from the Ghost Metal Army and hovered above Lu Ming and the rest. There were a total of 3 people, 1 old man and 2 middle-aged men. They all carried swords on their backs and were obviously experts from the 10 Direction Sword School. The 3 of them exuded extremely powerful auras. One is at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm, and 2 are at the peak of the 7th level. Ming Meng cried out in alarm, his expression extremely ugly. Chapter 336 One Slap to Death. The 3 men from the Omnidirectional Sword Sect swept their gazes across Lu Ming and his group before finally stopping on him. You're Tianyun? The leading old man asked. Not bad. Lu Ming said calmly. He wanted to see what the other party was selling. Tianyun, you've repeatedly opposed my 10 Direction Sword School and killed our geniuses and experts. Do you admit your crimes? The old man in the lead glared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Admit to your crimes? I haven't even said that killing a few dogs hit things from your Shifang Sword Sect would dirty my hands, and you want me to admit to my crimes? What crime? Lu Ming replied indifferently. He did not take the other party seriously at all. You. The leading old man's face turned ashen, and he exuded an ice-cold killing intent. After a long time, he calmed down, waved his sleeves, and said in a deep voice, Tianyun, there are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. Today, I can give you a chance to atone for your sins. As long as you lead the blood-red cavalry and pledge your loyalty to the 10 Direction Sword Sect, and make a blood oath, I can consider letting you go. All the crimes you've committed in the past can be written off. After the old man finished speaking, everyone understood what the other party meant. Now that the Red Blood Army was powerful and famous in the Sun Nation and the Moon Nation, the Omnidirectional Sword Sect was planning to recruit Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered. I want you to let me go. Who the hell do you think you are, you old thing? Do you really think you're some big shot? Alright, are you done with your nonsense? If you're done, you can go and die. Lu Ming glanced at the other party and lost his patience. Little bastard, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Then I will kill you today. After I kill you, the Red Blood Legion will still belong to my 10 Direction Sword Sect. Die. The old man's face completely darkened. He shouted angrily and slashed out with his sword. This sword fully displayed the Elder's strength of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. It had the power to split mountains and break rivers, which was extremely shocking. Not good, be careful. Ming Meng roared. Young master. Dodge. Lord Marquis, Qiu Yu, Xian Yanqing, Hua Ying, and the others were all shocked. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to be a match for a martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the 8th level. However, Lu Ming was still riding on the crimson-scaled Wolf King. Die! The old man's expression was ferocious. The sword light became even more dazzling and quickly slashed at Lu Ming's head. Seeing that it was about to hit Lu Ming's head, the old man was overjoyed. He was screaming in his heart. What peerless genius! If he hadn't grown up, what kind of genius was he? You're still going to die in my hands. However, as soon as he had this thought, he saw a slap coming from Lu Ming's side. Bang! This slap was on his sword light. The sword light was like tofu and instantly shattered. The old man was stunned. Ming Meng, Qiu Yu, and the others were also stunned. It's just a fly making a big fuss here. It's so annoying. Yan Quan appeared beside Lu Ming and said indifferently. The slap just now was, of course, from Yan Quan. You. Who are you? I'm an elder of the 10 Direction Sword School, you dare. The elder from the 10 Direction Sword sect was stunned for a moment before he shouted. However, before he could finish, Yan Quan's palm struck again. Pa! No one could clearly see how this slap was swung. It was too fast. They only felt their vision blur, and then they heard a clear slap. Then, the elder from the 10 Direction Sword sect let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying. In the air, his head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white matter flew everywhere. This. Ming Meng and the others almost bit their tongues, their eyes almost popping out. An expert at the peak of the martial ancestor 8 Dan was considered a top-notch expert in the Blazing Sun Empire. In the 5 major sects, he was definitely a high and mighty existence. His status was even higher than that of an ordinary golden-robed elder. The average golden-robed elder was only at the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. A peak martial ancestor 8 Dan expert had actually been killed by a single slap. This was too shocking. The elder beside Lu Ming was actually such a terrifying expert. Previously, when Ming Meng and the rest saw Yan Quan, they had only guessed that he was an ordinary martial arts grandmaster. They had never expected him to be so terrifying. Following that, they looked at Lu Ming with even more respect. Lu Ming could actually get such a person to follow him. How did he do it? The 2 remaining men from the 10 Direction Sword sect were scared out of their wits. They roared and turned to run. How is it possible for you to escape in front of me? Yan Quan coldly smiled and threw a punch. Boom! Boom! 2 fist forces shot out. The 2 burly men at the peak of martial ancestor 7 Dan were directly drowned by the fist energy. When the fist energy disappeared, not even dregs were left of the 2 burly men. To be able to deal with 2 experts at the peak of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm so easily, it once again left everyone dumbfounded. Lu Ming was the only exception. What a waste, what a waste. Lu Ming's heart ached terribly. Yan Quan's punch had even burned his blood essence clean. How could Lu Ming not feel heartache? These were 2 experts in the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. The commotion here naturally shocked the ghost metal army several miles away. Not good. Tian Yun has made his move. Kill them all. Of course, there were also experts from the omnidirectional sword school in the ghost metal army. They roared and led the army to charge at Lu Ming and the others. Charge, crush them. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Ow! Ow! The blood-red-scaled wolf howled madly, and its roar shook the sky as it charged towards the ghost metal army. The power of the aura was earth-shaking. Not good, the mount is frightened. Charge, animal, hurry up and charge. The 30,000 scarlet blood-scaled Wallivers howled, causing the ghost metal army's mounts to be frightened, and their formation to become unstable. And in this short moment, the blood-red-scaled wolf had already arrived. Boom! The two armies collided with each other. At this moment, the winner was decided. The ghost metal army was like a piece of paper, while the blood-red cavalry were like a blade. As soon as they touched, a hole was torn in the ghost metal army, and this hole was rapidly expanding. Hold on, you trash! An expert from the 10 Directions sword sect shouted. What are you shouting for? At this moment, Yan Quan's figure appeared beside him. Arg! Help me! Just as he was about to shout, Yan Quan's head was cut off with a wave of his hand. Yan Quan leaped through the tens of thousands of soldiers and killed the martial grandmaster expert. No one could stop him. Half-step kings were also something that only half-step kings could block. Fighting against an army of 10,000 was simply cheating. Because the difference was too great, it was no longer something that could be so levered with numbers. Unless they had the Mo family's battle formation and dozens of martial arts grandmasters, they would not be able to fight back. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons hovered above Lu Ming's head. With a loud roar, a terrifying devouring power erupted. Immediately, the bloodline power and blood essence of hundreds of Ghost Iron Legion soldiers were forcibly devoured. Lu Ming left behind a trail of corpses wherever he went. This was a one-sided battle. The Ghost Iron Army could not stop the Red Blood Army at all. The battle cries shook the sky, corpses were strewn all over the ground, and blood chi filled the air. Chapter 337 Yutong Pass. I surrender, I surrender. Finally, someone from the Ghost Iron Army shouted, threw away his weapon, and jumped off his horse. I'm also going. After the first one, there would naturally be the second, third, 10th, and 100th. The Ghost Metal Army was originally an army of the Ghost Moon Saber sect. It was already good enough that they didn't have any enmity towards the 10 Direction Sword sect. How could they have any loyalty? Once they saw that the situation was not right, they naturally surrendered. We won't kill those who surrender. Lu Ming roared loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire area. We won't kill those who surrender. Ming Meng, Huaying, and the others also shouted. This time, even more people from the Ghost Iron Army surrendered. Large numbers of people dismounted and knelt on the ground. In the army, the people from the Omnipresent Sword sect saw that they had lost the battle and wanted to escape. However, they were all killed by Lu Ming and the others. In this battle, they had destroyed the Ghost Metal Army of 100,000 without much effort. Ming Meng, I'll leave the surrendered Ghost Metal Army to you. Bring them to the Forgotten Immortal Pass, they will be a powerful force in the future. Lu Ming instructed. Yes, Lord Marquis. Ming Meng cupped his fists and accepted the order. At the side, the 3 siblings, Ming Cheng, Ming Zhu, and Ming Feng, had complicated expressions on their faces. This young man who used to cultivate with them in the General Stars Hall had now completely surpassed them. Even their father had to listen to Lu Ming now. However, they did not feel jealous at all. They were only happy for Lu Ming and encouraged them slaviers. Blood Red Cavalry, come with me to the capital and save the 8th prince. Do you dare? Lu Ming waved his long spear and shouted. I dare. He dared. I dare. The 30,000 Blood Red Cavalry roared. All right, since you dare, then we'll break through all the obstacles and kill our way to the imperial capital. We'll kill any god or Buddha that blocks our way. Lu Ming roared. I'm willing to chase whoever my lord is, I'll kill whoever stands in my way, even if God or Buddha blocks my way. The 30,000 Blood Red Iron Cavalry felt their blood boil as they waved their weapons and roared. At this moment, even Ming Meng, who had been a veteran for many years, felt his blood burning. He could not wait to follow Lu Ming and kill to his heart's content. However, he knew that he had more important things to do. Charge! Lu Ming waved his spear. The blood-scaled Wolf King howled and charged forward like a gust of wind. On the side, Qiu Yu, Xian Yanqing, Yan Quan, and the golden-eyed blood corpse followed closely behind. Charge! The howls of the Wallivers continued as the 30,000 blood-red cavalry charged forward with Lu Ming, carrying a crazed aura. The wind is blowing. Ming Meng muttered to himself as he looked at the 30,000 blood-red cavalry. After which, he also started to move. He gathered his men and picked out his items. Then, he led an army of more than 100,000 soldiers toward the gazing Immortal Pass. The blood-red scaled wolf's speed was as fast as the wind, and it could easily travel 1,000 miles in an hour. In a few hours, they had galloped for thousands of miles. The cities along the way did not dare to stop the blood-red cavalry when they saw them. The journey was unimpeded, and they passed through dozens of big cities. Soon, they were close to Yutong Pass. Yutong Pass was a famous pass in the north of the Burning Sun Empire. This place was surrounded by continuous precipitous mountains, thousands of meters high, and Yutong Pass happened to be in the middle of the two peaks. It could be said that on Yutong Pass, one man could hold the pass, but 10,000 could not open it. In history, the Yinyu Empire had also captured many cities in the north, but they were all blocked outside Yutong Pass. Now, the general in charge of Yutong Pass was called Wan Xiu. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He led 120,000 soldiers and guarded Yutong Pass. He ruled over dozens of big cities in the vicinity. He could be said to be a big shot with great power. Moreover, he had long since joined the 10-Direction Sword School. As such, his reputation had grown even more glorious, and he was considered a top figure in the entire Blazing Sun Empire. Wan Xiu had a hobby, which was to hold banquets on the walls of Yutong Pass and invite famous people. Standing on the walls of Yutong Pass, looking down at the vast land and listening to others' flattery, he felt like he was the king of the world and had thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. He was fascinated by this feeling. Today, on the city wall of Yutong Pass, he set up a banquet and invited the city lords and martial arts powerhouses of more than a dozen nearby big cities to attend. On the city wall, there were several tables. Congratulations, General Wan. Congratulations, General Wan. A middle-aged man with a big belly raised his glass and congratulated Wan Xiu. Patriarch Shen, what's the joy? Wan Xiu asked despite knowing the answer. General Wan is really humble. Everyone knows the current situation. A while ago, the 10-Direction Sword School destroyed the Ghost Moon Saber sect in one fell swoop. A few days ago, the Heavenly King broke into the imperial capital and killed Hua Jingxing. Now, the change of dynasty is already set in stone. Now, the Heavenly Fiend sect and the Omnipresent Sword sect have joined forces and occupied the imperial capital, ruling the world. Now, only the Mystical Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley can rival the Omnipresent Sword sect. However, in my opinion, the Mystical Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley are no match for the Omnipresent Sword sect. By then, the Omnipresent Sword sect will unify the Blazing Sun Empire and rule the world. General Wan, as the confidant of the Omnipresent Sword sect, won't you be thriving? Isn't this worthy of congratulations? The big-bellied middle-aged man laughed. That's right, Patriarch Chen is right. When General Wan rises to the top, don't forget about us. At the banquet, the others also began to flatter him. This made Wan Xiu feel a little smug. She stroked her sparse beard and grinned from ear to ear. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the ground let out a deep rumble. The wine on the table started to shake. Everyone's expression changed. Report. At this moment, an armored soldier quickly came to report. What happened? Wan Xiu asked. Reporting to the general. There might be an army coming from the north. The armored soldier reported. An army is coming? How was that possible? The Ghost Moon Saber sect has already been destroyed, and the north is now completely under the control of the 10-Direction Sword sect. Could it be the great army of the Yi Moon Empire? Wan Xiu's eyes moved as she thought. Impossible. I heard that the Yi Empire and the Shifang Sword School have an agreement that they won't attack us now. Whose army is it? Wan Xiu's eyes kept moving. General Wan, there's another army in the north. It's the Red Blood Legion led by Marquis Champion Tianyun and Ming Meng's mountain-suppressing army. Could it be them? A city lord of a big city guessed. As soon as he said that, the others' expressions changed drastically. Tianyun? Could it really be Tianyun? It's said that the blood-red cavalry led by Tianyun are incredibly powerful and invincible. In front of them, the Inua cavalry are as fragile as tofu. If it really is Tianyun's blood-red cavalry, then we should run for our lives. Another city lord cried out in fear. Why are you panicking? In my opinion, Tianyun and his blood-red cavalry have been exaggerated. What, invincible? They've only won a few battles by luck. Besides, so what if he's really as strong as the rumors say? Tianyun's blood-red iron cavalry can only obediently retreat in front of our Jade Tong Pass. If he wants to force his way in, I'll make sure he dies without a burial ground. Men, set up the defense. Wan Xiu was calm and composed. She sneered and then gave the order. Very quickly, Yutong Pass was filled with armored soldiers. That's right, Yutong Pass can't be broken. I've been overthinking. The city lord heaved a long sigh of relief. Boom! 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 The rumbling grew even louder, and the entire world seemed to be shaking. Ow! Ow! In the distance, the howls of Wallivers rose and fell, connecting into one. Chapter 338 News of Hua Qi. There were countless crimson-scaled Wallivers, and each one of them was majestic and tall, and each one was filled with a baleful aura. The aura of 30,000 blood-scaled Wallivers and 30,000 Master Realm cavalrymen gathered together and galloped on the ground. This kind of aura was simply earth-shaking. It was like a tsunami that was a few hundred meters tall, sweeping through the world as if it could destroy everything. Wan Xiu's pupils dilated rapidly, revealing an extremely frightened expression. These are the blood-red cavalry. His voice trembled, his face pale and cold sweat flowing. Some of the other city lords were also trembling, and their faces were pale. They had been confident that Yutong Pass was unbreakable, but their confidence crumbled when they saw the situation in front of them. The blood-scaled wolf's aura was too terrifying. Before, Wan Xiu had said that the outside world was exaggerating about the blood-red cavalry. Now, they only wanted to roar. What exaggeration? They had clearly underestimated him. Block it, we must block it. Run! Wan Xiu shouted with all his might. Then, he turned around and ran. Wait for me. The other city lords also turned around and left. With all the generals gone, there was no suspense in this battle. The dangerous terrain of Yutong Pass was not enough to stop the blood-red-scaled wolf. One had to know that the blood-red-scaled Wallivers lived on the highlands and ran through the dangerous terrain as if they were on flat ground. Half an hour later, Yutong Pass was razed to the ground. The blood-red cavalry whizzed past, heading straight for the imperial capital. The blood-red cavalry had great endurance, and after galloping for half a day, they would stop to rest. 3 days later, the blood-red iron cavalry had already galloped tens of thousands of miles and were getting closer and closer to the imperial capital. Boom! 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 There was a violent explosion in front of them. There's cavalry coming. Hua Ying said. Could it be that the 10 Direction Sword sect sent people to surround us? Someone guessed. However, the answer was soon revealed. The neighing of horses could be heard in front of them. The aura of the blood-scale wolf cavalry had shaken them, and they were thrown off their horses. Lu Ming and the group were speechless. The combat ability of this army was really not that good. Moreover, there weren't many of them, probably only about 10,000. Were they really sent by the Shifang sword sect to surround them? You must be joking. Lu Ming led the blood-red cavalry and stopped. They did not attack. After a long time, the troops in front were organized, and a few burly men in iron armor galloped out on green scale horses. Who are you people? You dare to block our path? A short and fat man glared and shouted angrily. It turned out that they had not recognized the blood-red cavalry. That's right, unless there were soldiers at the border, it was normal for the soldiers near the capital to not recognize the blood-red cavalry. I still want to ask. Who are you people? You dare to stand in my way? Lu Ming rolled his eyes and shouted. We are the army under the Heavenly King, we are ordered to capture the rebels of the royal family. Get out of the way now, if you delay the Heavenly King's plan, even if you have 10 heads, it won't be enough. The short and fat man shouted. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Capture the rebels of the royal family? Could it be Hua Qi? Do you know where the 8th prince is? Lu Ming asked. The short and fat man's eyes revealed a vigilant look, and he said, Speak, who are you? Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Kill. Leave the general in front alive. The short and stout man had just finished speaking when Lu Ming roared loudly. Ow! Awoo! Wolf howls rang out as the Bloodscale wolf cavalry began to charge. Without the slightest suspense, the blood-red cavalry only needed to charge to cause this army of 10,000 to fall apart. Those who died in battle died, those who fled, and those who submitted. The few generals in the lead were all captured alive. What? You guys are blood-red cavalry? At this moment, the short and fat man seemed to have remembered something and shouted in horror. Your reaction isn't too slow. Alright, tell me, where are the 8th prince and the others? Lu Ming stared at the stout man and asked coldly. What the hell are you? You're Tianyun. The short and fat man's body trembled non-stop, and his eyes were filled with fear. Speak. Lu Ming shouted coldly. I'll tell you, I'll tell you. Please spare my life. The short and fat man screamed. Speak. Lu Ming's killing intent burst out and it was extremely cold. I'll tell you, I'll tell you. We received news that the 8th prince has taken his men to hide in the East River mountain range. We were ordered to send our army into the mountain range to surround and annihilate them. We're just one of the many armies. Many other armies have set off before us. The short and fat man shouted. The Eastern River mountain range? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anxiety as he shouted, Lead the way. Let's set off for the Eastern River mountain range. The short and stout man naturally did not dare to disobey. He immediately led the way, and the blood-red cavalry galloped towards the East River mountain range. The East River mountain range wasn't far from here. With the blood-red scaled wolf speed, it would only take an hour to cover the distance of 1,000 li. The Eastern River mountain range wasn't very famous. Although this mountain range was vast, its peaks weren't high, and it wasn't very dangerous. There weren't any powerful demonic beasts either, and even ordinary people could enter. A small hill was surrounded by an army of at least tens of thousands of people, so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. In the air, there were also more than 20 powerhouses standing in the air. Hua Qi, I advise you to surrender. Don't make any pointless struggles. You've lost, and your fate has been decided. In the air, a big man with fluttering sleeves and a sword on his back shouted. That's right, Hua Qi and the others were on the hill. There were about 2,000 of them, and all of them were in tattered clothes. There were still some blood stains that had not dried up. It was obvious that they had experienced a fierce battle during this period of time. Hua Qi stood at the forefront of the hill. Beside him, there were more than a dozen middle-aged men and elders. Each of them had a powerful aura that was as large as a mountain. This was the imperial family's only remaining expert. Behind them were two figures. They were Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. At this moment, the two of them were extremely haggard, their faces pale, and their bodies weak. Lu Yuntian had already lost his cultivation base while Li Ping was just an ordinary person. One could only imagine how much suffering the two of them had gone through to escape with Hua Qi and the others. Eighth Prince, you should run away first. With these seniors leading you, there's still a chance for you to escape. When you find Ming, ask him to take revenge for us. Lu Yuntian said to Hua Qi. Uncle Lu, I, Hua Qi, am not the kind of person who would drag out an ignoble existence. Furthermore, since Brother Lu has entrusted you to me and he is fighting alone at the border, I must ensure your safety. Otherwise, how can I face him? Hua Qi smiled and stood up straight. Lu Yuntian sighed. Brother Tian. Li Ping grabbed Lu Yuntian's hand tightly. Ping, I'm already satisfied to be able to see you again. It's a pity that I've implicated you. Lu Yuntian looked at Li Ping and asked. Brother Tian, I'm not afraid. As long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter whether I live or die. Li Ping said. Lu Yuntian looked at Li Ping with pity and said, I believe that Ming, will avenge us. One day, Ming, will flatten the 10-direction sword school. I also believe that. Li Ping nodded. Chapter 339 Kill Without Mercy. You really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Hua Qi, then I'll send you to accompany your dead imperial father. The middle-aged man from the 10-direction sword sect was instantly enraged when he saw Hua Qi ignore him. A sharp killing intent exploded from his body. 10-direction sword sect, traitor. As long as I don't die today, I'll definitely flatten the 10-direction mountain. You're courting death. Seeing the other party insult his father, Hua Qi's eyes gleamed with cold killing intent. Ha ha ha, you think you can flatten the 10-square mountain? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in all my decades of life. The middle-aged man laughed. And do you think you can escape today? The area within several li has already been completely surrounded by an army of 100,000 soldiers, and the experts of my 10-direction sword school have sealed off the sky and the ground. You can't escape, and no one can come in, ha. The middle-aged man laughed mockingly. Oh, really? Then how did I get in? Suddenly, a cold voice came from above their heads. Who is it? The swordsman suddenly raised his head and looked up. High up in the sky, 3 figures stood in the air. One was a young man, one was an old man, and the other was a burly man who was covered in a black robe and a bamboo hat. On the hill, Hua Qi, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping shuddered when they heard the voice. They hurriedly raised their heads and cried out in alarm. Lu Ming. Ming, The 3 people in the sky were Lu Ming, Yan Quan, and the golden-eyed blood corpse. As they neared the eastern river mountain range, Lu Ming led Yan Quan and the golden-eyed blood corpse to search for Hua Qi and the others in the sky, pointing out the direction for the blood-red cavalry. He quickly found Hua Qi and the others. With their cultivation, the experts from the 10-direction sword school did not notice them at all when they approached from the sky. Who are you? This place has already been occupied by my 10-direction sword sect. You came here without permission, are you looking for death? The swordsman roared. He had never heard of Lu Ming. Just now, he had just said that no one could enter and Lu Ming and the rest had appeared. It was as if he had slapped his own face. This made him angry from embarrassment. However, Lu Ming did not even spare him a glance. With a flash, he appeared on the hill and went to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Father, Mother, are you all right? I'm late. Lu Ming's voice trembled. When Lu Ming saw Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, he heaved a sigh of relief as the huge rock in his heart was finally lifted. Before he met Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, he was truly worried that something would happen to the 2 elders. Ming, we're fine. Why are you here? Don't worry about us. Hurry up and leave. Li Ping said anxiously. Mother, don't worry. Since I'm here, they won't be able to touch a single hair on your head. Wait a moment, we'll leave together. Lu Ming smiled. At this time, the sword-bearing man from the 10 Directions sword sect was so angry that his mouth almost twisted. Boom! An aura as deep as the ocean erupted from his body, terrifying beyond compare. 9th level of martial arts grandmaster. This burly man with a sword on his back was actually a peerless expert of the 9th level of martial arts grandmaster. Kid, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? The swordsman coldly said. Who do you think you are? You asked me and I have to answer. Lu Ming cast a faint glance at him. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's indifferent expression almost made him explode in anger. With a loud roar, he unsheathed the huge sword on his back and a terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. The entire hill would be reduced to ashes if this sword were to land. Be careful. Block it. The dozen or so martial arts grandmasters behind Hua Qi immediately roared and unleashed their powers, preparing to block the sword light. There was even a 9th level martial ancestor realm expert among them who was only injured and his aura was a little weak. This person must be a peerless expert of the imperial family. However, there was a figure that was faster than them. The golden-eyed blood corpse flashed and appeared in front of everyone. With a wave of its hand, a claw radiance shot out. Boom! With a loud sound, the golden-eyed blood zombie didn't move at all, but the swordsman's body was sent flying 100 meters away. How can he be so strong? Who are you? The swordsman shouted in disbelief. Even though he had not used his full strength in that attack, there were not many people in the entire Blazing Sun Empire who could force him back with a single strike. However, the golden-eyed blood corpse did not move. It was too lazy to bother with him. Tianyun. He's Tianyun. A shocked roar came from the army at the foot of the mountain. Obviously, someone had recognized Lu Ming. Lu Ming had stayed in the imperial capital for such a long time. It was normal for someone to recognize him. Tianyun. You're Tianyun. The swordsman's face suddenly changed. He then revealed a malevolent expression and shouted, Tianyun, so what if it's you? I admit that the person you brought is very strong, but do you think he can save more than 2,000 people by himself? I have 100,000 soldiers here. As long as I give the order, the 100,000 soldiers will charge together. How many people can you save? As soon as you leave, I'll exterminate them all. Oh. Oh, Lu Ming replied faintly. As for Hua Qi and the others, their expressions were extremely unsightly. On the hill, the other 2,000 or so people had heavy expressions. 8th Prince, you should leave with Marquis Champion first. Don't worry about us. We're members of the royal family when we're alive, and we'll be ghosts of the royal family when we die. That's right, 8th Prince. Marquis Champion is a peerless genius. As long as you escape, with the help of Marquis Champion, you'll definitely be able to take revenge for us in time. 8th Prince, you can go first. On the hill, more than 2,000 people shouted, letting Hua Qi go first. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. I definitely won't abandon everyone and escape alone. Hua Qi sternly said, his expression firm. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the swordsman laughed arrogantly. Since I'm here, I'll definitely bring everyone out of here alive. Suddenly, Lu Ming spoke. His voice was firm and everyone heard it. Ha ha ha, Tianyun, with that expert you brought with you, it's true that I can't stop you from taking a few people away. However, you're dreaming if you think you can take more than 2,000 people away. Ha ha ha. The swordsman laughed in disdain. Who said I only brought 2 people? Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? The swordsman was stunned. Ow! Awoo! Right at this moment, wolf howls rang out, reverberating through the clouds. Boom! 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 Immediately, a violent rumble came from the ground. What's going on? The swordsman's expression changed drastically. What is this? Hua Qi was startled, but then he seemed to think of something and revealed a look of ecstasy. Kill! In the forest, the earth rumbled and the sounds of battle could be heard. Not good. These are the blood-red cavalry. Tianyun's blood-red cavalry. Block them. Block them. At this moment, the swordsman seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically as he roared. Blocked? Can it be blocked? Blood-red cavalry, hear my order, kill without mercy. Lu Ming gave a long whistle and issued an order. Kill without mercy. The blood-red cavalry roared, their killing intent surging. In the next moment, heaven-suppressing battle cries came from the forest. The 100,000 soldiers in the forest were completely stunned by the sudden charge of the blood-red cavalry, and were unable to form an effective counterattack. In an instant, a large number of people died. The secret of the Duanmu family. The blood-red-scaled wolf was able to walk through the forest as if it was flat ground, and its combat strength did not decrease at all. It was a completely one-sided battle. The swordsman's face turned pale and he growled, "Damn it, let's retreat." Retreat? Where are you going? A cold voice sounded. Yan Quan appeared behind the swordsman. Old man, you think you can stop me? You really think I'm a pushover? The swordsman was furious, and he violently slashed his sword forward. An extremely bright sword light slashed towards Yan Quan. It was even stronger than the previous one. He wanted to kill Yan Quan with one sword strike and escape as soon as possible. He was afraid that the golden-eyed blood zombie would catch up with him, which would be troublesome. But the next moment, his pupils rapidly contracted. Yan Quan's fist shot out, and a fist force, vast and scorching, bombarded towards him. Bang! The fist force hit the sword light and directly shattered it. The fist force did not stop and continued to hit the sword-carrying burly man. How could this be? How can he be so strong? The swordsman cried out in horror, his voice full of disbelief. He had already used all his strength in that sword attack just now. He had originally planned to kill Yan Quan with one sword attack, but he never dreamed that it would be shattered by Yan Quan's fist. Why would Tianyun have so many experts by his side? Ah, I have to stop it. We must inform the sect leader of this matter first. The swordsman growled and blocked with his sword. Clang! The terrifying fist force hit his combat sword, causing it to shake continuously. His body shook violently and was sent flying backward like a cannonball, blood spurting from his mouth. Half-step king. It's a half-step king. The swordsman was scared out of his wits. Without thinking, he turned around and ran. I told you, you can't leave. Yan Quan sneered, his figure was like lightning, in a few breaths he caught up to the sword-carrying man. Boom! Boom! After a few consecutive punches, the swordsman screamed as a few big holes appeared on his body. He died on the spot. Kill! Let's attack together! Hua Qi shouted. More than 2,000 people on the hill attacked at the same time, charging toward the experts of the 10 Direction Sword School and the army. Corpses were everywhere, truly everywhere. The smell of blood was so thick in the forest that it was like a living hell. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and tore apart a few martial grandmasters from the 10 Directions Sword sect with a wave of its hand. With a roar, the golden-eyed blood corpse devoured the surging blood qi and condensed a dense blood qi on its body. Lu Ming did not make a move. He stood beside Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. There was no need for him to take part in this great battle. Not long after, the mountain forest was covered with corpses. Other than a small portion of the 100,000 troops that the 10 Direction Sword sect had brought, most of them had remained here. The experts of the 10 Direction Sword sect had all been killed, and not a single one was left. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Hua Qi did not make a move. He walked to Lu Ming's side and said. No one else heard their conversation. Hua Qi, I didn't expect the 10 Direction Sword School to be so bold. When I heard the news, it was already too late. Lu Ming sighed. Since things have come to this, we can only move forward. Sooner or later, I will make the 10 Directions Sword sect pay with their blood. Hua Qi said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming patted Hua Qi's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Don't worry. Your problems are my problems. I will definitely destroy the 10 Direction Sword School. This time, Hua Qi had brought Lu Yuntian and Li Ping along even in the midst of danger. Lu Ming was very touched by this and had already treated Hua Qi as a brother who would live and die for him. I believe you. Hua Qi revealed a smile, but in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something. He said, Lu Ming, I have something important to tell you. What is it? Lu Ming asked. It's about the Mystical Sword Sect. Hua Qi said. Mystical Sword Sect? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. Not long ago, my father received news that the Duanmu family of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect has long since joined the 10 Direction Sword Sect. They've been working for the 10 Direction Sword Sect in secret all these years. If my father hadn't planted a chess piece in the 5 major sects, I'm afraid he wouldn't have discovered it. Hua Qi solemnly said. What? Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming, this should be true. My father was planning to inform the sect leader of the Mystical Sword Sect about this, but before he could, the Heavenly Suppression King, that bastard, started his rebellion. Hua Qi said through gritted teeth. The Duanmu family actually sided with the 10 Direction Sword School. I should have thought of it. Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil as he muttered in his heart. He had been suspicious since a long time ago. He had learned from Hua Qi that the Silavira Wolf Pavilion was an assassin group trained by the 10 Direction Sword Sect. However, the head of the Duanmu family had repeatedly sent assassins from the Silavira Wolf Pavilion to kill him. However, he had previously thought that the Duanmu family had hired the Silavira Wolf Pavilion assassins. Now, it seemed that they had not been hired with money at all. Not good. The Mystical Sword Sect is in danger. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. Lu Ming, I'm worried about this too. The 10 Direction Sword Sect has the ambition of a wolf. We don't know when they started to set up. First, it was the Ghost Moon Saber Sect, and they had a spy from the 10 Direction Sword Sect. Then, it was my royal family. The Heavenly Suppression King has long been a member of the 10 Direction Sword Sect. Now, the Omnipresent Sword Sect will definitely use the same method to defeat the Mystical Sword Sect. Once the Mystical Sword Sect is destroyed, the Blazing Sun Empire will only have one Crimson Cloud Valley left. It will be difficult for one tree to hold the fort alone, and it will be destroyed sooner or later. At that time, the Omnipresent Sword Sect will unify the Blazing Sun Empire, and we will really be defeated. Hua Qi said, his voice filled with worry. We must stop this from happening. No matter what, the Mystical Sword Sect cannot be destroyed. I'll send you all to the Gazing Immortal Pass and head to the Mystical Sword Sect immediately. I hope we can make it in time. Lu Ming said. Wangxian Pass. Alright, once I get to Gazing Immortal Pass, I'll announce the crimes of the 10 Direction Sword School and Heavenly King Zhen. I'll call on the geniuses to oppose the power and army of the 10 Direction Sword School and fight them together. Hua Qi said with a nod. The two of them came to a decision. At this time, the battle had also ended, and the army had assembled. Let's go to Wangxian Pass. Lu Ming waved his hand. With Lu Ming and the blood-red cavalry escorting them, their journey was smooth. The strange thing was that the Omnipresent Sword Sect did not make any moves. They did not send out any experts to hunt them down. This made Lu Ming and Hua Qi frown. Not a single person from the 10 Direction Sword Sect was sent out to pursue them. It was very likely that the 10 Directions Sword Sect's people were used for other purposes and could not spare time. If they couldn't spare any manpower, then what could they do? Now, there were only the Mystical Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. Everyone galloped at top speed, and 3 days later, they were not far from the Gazing Immortal Pass. At this time, Ming Meng had already sent an army to welcome them. Hua Qi, then we'll split into 2 groups. Lu Ming said to Hua Qi. All right, Lu Ming. I'll definitely lead the army to support you as soon as possible. Hua Qi said. Ming, be careful. He warned. Li Ping said worriedly. Father, Mother, don't worry. I will be fine. Lu Ming nodded and bade farewell to everyone. Blood Red Cavalry, follow me. Lu Ming shouted. Let's go. The 30,000 Blood Red Cavalry shouted, their auras soaring as they followed Lu Ming towards the east. The Battle of the Mystical Sword Sect. The Mystical Sword Sect had already fallen into the flames of war. Each of the 5 great courtyards was in an intense battle. Countless people roared as sword chi swept across and blood scattered. At every moment, there were people dying in battle. Outside the 5 great academies, the battle cries shook the heavens. Countless soldiers in iron armor were fighting, and corpses were strewn all over the ground. Boom! Tens of thousands of meters above the Mystical Sword Sect, 2 extremely bright sword radiances were clashing, as if they could split the sky. Tens of thousands of sword chi swept out, and the collision of their forces was terrifying. Duanmu Tsanghai, why did your Duanmu family betray the Mystical Sword Sect? The Mystical Sword Sect has treated you well. The sect leader Lin Shuai howled towards the sky, her voice filled with grief and indignation. The 2 people in the sky were Lin Shuai and the old ancestor of the Duanmu family, the father of the White Tiger Hall's headmaster, Duanmu Pajuan, Duanmu Tsanghai. It's simple. The Duanmu family has been working hard for the Mystical Sword Sect for almost 1,000 years, but we can only live in a corner. The Mystical Sword Sect should have belonged to the Duanmu family long ago. On Duanmu Tsanghai's aged face, a cold smile could be seen. Ha, so the 10 Direction Sword School made such a promise to you. But Duanmu Tsanghai, do you think that the 10 Direction Sword School will keep their promise after this? How can you still be so naive at your age? Lin Shuai smiled bitterly. There's no need for you to worry about that. Rest in peace. The Mystical Sword Sect will definitely flourish with each passing day in my hands. Also, don't even think that the Scarlet Heaven Valley will come to your rescue. A large number of experts from the Shifang Sword Sect and the Heavenly Devil Cult have gathered in the Scarlet Heaven Valley. Now, the Scarlet Heaven Valley can't even take care of itself. As long as I kill you all and combine all our forces, I can flatten the Scarlet Heaven Valley in one fell swoop. Duanmu Tsanghai sneered. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them exchanged a few moves in a row, and the space was shaking wildly. This was a life and death battle between half-step kings. Ah! Ah! Screams of pain came from all over the Mystical Sword Sect, causing Shui Lin's eyes to turn red. Every scream could mean the death of a Mystical Sword Sect disciple. Lin Shuai's heart was bleeding. When the Ghost Moon Saber sect was in trouble, Lin Shuai already knew that something was wrong and had called back most of the Mystical Sword Sect's experts in case of an accident. They had also mobilized hundreds of thousands of elite troops from the major cities to guard the Mystical Sword Sect. Sure enough, 5 days ago, the 10 Direction Sword School had launched a large-scale attack. Apart from hundreds of thousands of troops, there were also a large number of martial arts powerhouses. The Mystical Sword Sect was caught in a great war. However, the Mystical Sword Sect had the home ground advantage. With the 5 great academies as the base of the formation, they activated the 5 ultimate formation. With the 5 ultimate formations, the 10 Direction Sword Sect would not be able to enter. After 4 days of intense battle, the Mystical Sword Sect was as stable as Mount Tai. However, Lin Shuai and the rest did not expect that the Duanmu family would rebel at this moment. They destroyed the 5 ultimate arrays in one fell swoop and attacked the mystical sword sect crazily with the help of the 10 direction sword sect. The mystical sword sect was caught off guard and suffered countless casualties. In the end, under Lin Shuai's leadership, they fought back and barely stabilized the situation. In the sky not far away from the two of them, there were also 2 people engaged in an intense battle. The shockwaves from the battle between the two were not any smaller than Duanmu Canghai and Lin Shuai. These were also 2 half-step king warriors. One was from the 10 direction sword sect, and the other was from the mystical sword sect. The Mystic Essence Sword sect originally had 3 half-step kings, but now that Duanmu Canghai had betrayed them, only 2 were left. In addition to the peak battle in the sky, fierce battles were also taking place in other places. In the Vermilion Bird Hall in the south, the Vermilion Bird Hall's director Yen Lan was engaged in a fierce battle with the White Tiger Hall's director Duanmu Pajuan. They would not rest until one of them was dead. In the Vermilion Bird Hall, Mulan let out a long cry. Sword light surged and killed an expert from the 10 direction sword sect. By now, Mulan's cultivation had already broken through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. Moreover, it had reached an extremely profound level. In the Azure Dragon Court of the East, Zhang Muyun was one with his sword as he fought with an expert from the 10 direction sword sect. Duanmu family, I swear to my death that I will never associate with you. Ling Kong bellowed from the White Tiger Hall in the west. Ling Kong bellowed as he charged out of the White Tiger Hall, his body covered in blood. In the sky above Qilin Court, the battle between the 2 young men attracted a lot of attention. Many of the people in the battle looked over from time to time. This was because these 2 people were too famous in the mystical sword sect. Feng Wuji, one of the 6 heroes. The other person was actually Duanmu Lin. At this moment, Duanmu Lin and Feng Wuji were engaged in an intense battle. The 2 of them continued to bombard each other with terrifying power. Duanmu Lin is too shocking. He actually managed to fight to a draw with Feng Wuji. Feng Wuji has already broken through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm a while ago, but Duanmu Lin is not any weaker than him. This is shocking, too shocking. Many of the elders and deacons of the mystical sword sect could not help but feel shocked during the battle. Duanmu Lin was a rare genius with an astonishing cultivation speed. The others were also constantly improving, but he had actually caught up. Feng Wuji, is this your true strength? You've really disappointed me. If I was born a few years earlier, I would have already trampled you under my feet. Duanmu Lin let out a long hiss and was extremely arrogant. Duanmu Lin, no matter how strong you are, you're just a traitor. You'll be punished by the world. Feng Wuji howled. What a joke, Feng Wuji, you're really a joke. The winner is the king and the loser is the villain. History is written by the winner, don't you know this? Duanmu Lin laughed. The 2 of them continued to battle, and it was extremely intense. In the sky, Lin Shuai and Duanmu Canghai's battle was getting more and more intense. Duanmu Canghai, you're too naive if you think you can destroy us with just your abilities. Lin Shualin shouted angrily. Who said it's only them? At this moment, a domineering voice came from the distance. Hiss hiss hiss. Then, a hissing sound spread out. Upon hearing this voice, Duanmu Canghai was overjoyed and he laughed. Haha, we've finally arrived. Whoosh! In the distance, a fiery red light flashed like lightning. The next moment, the light disappeared, and a huge, ferocious centipede appeared in the air. This centipede was really huge. It was more than 100 meters long and its body was red. The most shocking thing was that it had 3 pairs of huge wings. The 2 sides of its body were covered with dense claws. The claws cut through the void like blades. On the back of the centipede, there were dozens of people. Each of them had a strong aura, like a mountain. The person in the lead was dressed in iron armor, and his aura was as deep as the ocean. 1,000-foot giant centipede, Yin Moon South conquering king. Lin Shui roared in disbelief. On the back of the giant centipede was the Yin Yu Empire's Lord Jinnan, Yin Tianjue. Ha ha ha, Lin Shui, how about we join forces and destroy the mystical sword sect? Yin Tianjue laughed. Despicable. How dare you collude with the Dark Moon Empire? Lin Shui roared in anger. What collusion? No wonder he was defeated. Duanmu Canghai's shriveled face revealed a sinister smile that was extremely horrifying. Chapter 342 Experts. Benefits, Yin Tianjue, what benefits did the 10 Direction Sword sect give you? Aren't you afraid that the 10 Direction Sword sect will unify the Blazing Sun Empire and become stronger, and then target the Yin Moon Empire? Lin Shui looked at Yin Tianjue and asked. There's no harm in telling you. It turns out that the territory of the Ghost Moon Saber sect belongs to my Yin Moon Empire. Yin Tianjue laughed. What? The 10 Direction Sword sect is betraying our country. Lin Shui roared. The 10 Direction Sword sect had actually given the Ghost Moon Saber sect's territory to the Yin Moon Empire, which was equivalent to 1/5 of the Blazing Sun Empire's territory. The 10 Direction Sword sect was using all their means. Lin Shui, this is a win-win situation. Alright, your mystical sword sect is destined to be destroyed. Kill. Yin Tianjue ordered. Buzz. Buzz. Dozens of figures flew out from the back of the giant centipede and charged toward the mystical sword sect. Instantly, dozens of mystical sword sect disciples were killed. These people were all top-notch experts. The weakest of them was at the 6th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm, and 3 of them were at the 9th level. As soon as he made his move, the situation changed drastically, and the mystical sword sect was at a disadvantage. Yin Tianjue didn't make a move, his target was Lin Shui. Duanmu Canghai, why don't we join forces and kill Lin Shui? Yin Tianjue sneered. Just what I wanted. Duanmu Canghai's murky eyes revealed a cold glint. Boom. Boom. Their auras exploded and swept across the world. The clouds in the sky were turned into dust by their auras. Buzz. Lin Shui's upper lever 4 combat sword let out a soft cry, and a beam of sword chi shot up into the sky. He looked at Duanmu Canghai and Yin Tianjue with a serious expression. Facing 2 half-step king warriors, he had no confidence at all. He knew that he had to go all out today, or else the mystical sword sect would be in danger. Kill! Kill! Duanmu Canghai and Yin Tianjue shouted in unison, each of them launching a move. Duanmu Canghai used a sword while Yin Tianjue used a battle spear. The 2 attacks advanced side by side and headed towards Lin Shui. Profound heavenly sword technique. Lin Shui let out a long cry, and her entire body seemed to have transformed into a divine sword. Sword intent filled the air, and a brilliant sword light seemed to have come from beyond the heavens as it violently slashed out. Boom! Boom! 2 earth-shaking rumbles spread out for hundreds of miles. If one looked up from below, one could see that the entire sky was covered in sword chi and spear light. The space trembled, and it was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! The next moment, a figure retreated frantically. Due to its speed, it created an air wave that was thousands of meters long. It was Lin Shui. She retreated a few thousand meters, groaned, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Shui, you are no match for the 2 of us. Today, you are dead. Yin Tianjue sneered. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Lin Shui's eyes flashed with madness. Drag us down with you? Ha, Lin Shui, you think too highly of yourself. Die. Yin Tianjue laughed loudly, his aura like a mountain as he charged towards Lin Shui. At the same time, Duanmu Canghai also attacked Lin Shui. Boom! Boom! Another 2 earth-shaking rumbles sounded, and Lin Shui was forced back again. She coughed out blood, and her face was pale. He was completely outmatched by 2 experts of the same realm. He was completely suppressed. They were both half-kings, and they had both cultivated their controlling force to the extreme. They were both at the peak of the Blazing Sun Empire and the Yingyue Empire. Who could be worse than the other? It was impossible for Xue Lin to be a match for the two. Ha! Lin Shui, die! Yin Tianjue howled as his battle spear pierced through the air, turning into a huge spear that was a few hundred meters long as it flew towards Lin Shui. Lin Shui, let this old man send you off. Duanmu Canghai laughed coldly as his sword light shook the sky. Boundless energy burst forth from his aged body. A sword light slashed towards Lin Shui. At this moment dash. Buzz. Heaven and earth shook violently as a saber flare slashed over from the void in the distance. The blade light was hundreds of meters long and black in color. The most shocking thing was that when the blade light cut through the void, a series of shrill screams rang out, as if countless evil ghosts were screaming. The target of this blade light was Yin Tianjue. Ghost King Purgatory / Yin Tianjue cried out in alarm as his expression changed. He immediately shouted and forcefully changed the direction of his battle spear to attack the blade light. With a loud boom, Yin Tianjue's body trembled slightly as he took a few steps back. Every step he took caused a loud boom in the air. Buzz! The blade light dissipated and an old man wearing a black robe with a black moon embroidered on it appeared in the air. Shangguan, it's you. Yin Tianjue's face was dark. Ghost Moon Saber Sect's old ancestor, Shangguan Ming. Lin Shui's face was filled with joy. He had thought that the Ghost Moon Saber sect had been destroyed and Shangguan Ming had died in battle. Now it seemed that Shangguan Ming had not died. Old Shangguan, I didn't kill you last time. This time, you've come to die. This is the will of heaven. Yin Tianjue sneered. Yin Tianjue, and the 10 Direction Sword sect, even if I have to risk my life, I will not let you succeed. Shangguan Ming's face was full of hatred. The Ghost Moon Saber sect had been annihilated, and he had always wanted to take revenge. Shangguan Ming, you're an old bag of bones. You should go earlier. At this moment, a cold voice came from the distance. Then, a slender figure with his hands behind his back stepped through the air. In an instant, it appeared in front of him. Qiu Wuyang. Lin Shui and Shangguan Ming's expressions changed. Qiu Wuyang, the head of the 10 Direction Sword sect, was actually nearby. Shangguan Ming, I knew that you would not give up and would always want to take revenge. That's why I didn't make a move just now. I wanted to lure you out and get rid of you both at the same time. Qiu Wuyang said lightly. His body flashed and together with Duanmu Canghai and Yin Tianjue, they formed a triangle and surrounded Lin Shui and Shangguan Ming. Lin Shui and Shangguan Ming were leaning against each other, their expressions extremely ugly. Qiu Wuyang had planned everything out, and the mystical sword sect had no chance of survival. Ah! At this moment, a long howl came from below, piercing through the sky. Lin Shui and the others couldn't help but look in that direction. Over there, Feng Wuji and Duanmu Lin were fighting. But at this moment, Feng Wuji was no match for Duanmu Lin. He was covered in blood and one of his arms was broken by Duanmu Lin's palm. Ha, Feng Wuji, you're not the strongest man in the mystical sword sect, you're just a piece of trash. If I was born a few years earlier, you wouldn't even be able to stand out. Duanmu Lin laughed loudly. His aura was wild, and his cultivation had actually reached the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Boom! Duanmu Lin's saber slashed out, and Feng Wuji barely managed to block it. He was sent flying for over 1,000 meters as blood spurted out of his mouth. Wuji! In the sky, Lin Shui was extremely worried. Hee, Lin Shui, you've already lost. Even among the younger generation, the Duanmu family's geniuses are enough to crush you. The mystical sword sect should have been ruled by someone else a long time ago. Duanmu Canghai laughed coldly. The arrival of the marquee champion. Lin Xue's face was extremely gloomy. Lin Xue, I heard that Feng Wuji is the disciple you're most proud of. I'll let you watch your disciple die in front of you. Qiu Wuyang sneered. At this moment, they were not in a hurry to attack. They wanted Lin Xue to watch as Feng Wuji was killed. This way, Lin Xue's mind would be crushed and it would be easier to kill her. Feng Wuji, today will be your doomsday. Duanmu Lin's long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was in high spirits. His entire person was filled with an aura of supremacy. His eyes were bright and full of arrogance. Boom! Duanmu Lin slashed out another saber and the saber light was extremely sharp. Feng Wuji tried his best to defend but he was heavily injured and was no match for Duanmu Lin. His body was sent flying like a cannonball and a long gash appeared on his chest. Wuji! Senior brother Wuji! Countless people from the mystical sword sect shouted when they saw this. They wanted to rush over to help, but everyone had an opponent. They were entangled by their opponents and couldn't help at all. Ha ha ha! High up in the sky, Qiu Wuyang, Duanmu Canghai, and Yin Tianjue laughed out loud. Below Feng Wuji and Duanmu Lin's battlefield, a few figures were looking up. One of them, with a graceful bearing, was Lu Yao. The others were experts from the Duanmu family and were responsible for protecting her. Lu Yao was here to witness the rise of Duanmu Lin. At this moment, Lu Yao's eyes had a hint of complexity. She was also a little stunned by the Duanmu family's betrayal of the mystical sword sect. But on second thought, she felt relieved. That's even better. If the Duanmu family replaces the mystical sword sect, my status will be even higher in the future. I've already cultivated to the 6th grade Great Martial Master realm, and it won't be long before I can break through to the Martial Ancestor realm. At that time, I must awaken a king rank bloodline. That way, I can live together with Brother Lin and become a legend. Lu Ming, did you see that? Now, Brother Lin had even trampled on Feng Wuji, one of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun sect. Even if you have some talent, how can you compare to Brother Lin? How can you be worthy of me? It's a pity that you're not in the mystical sword sect, so you won't be able to see this. If you were to see this, how would you feel inferior? Lu Yao looked at Duanmu Lin, who was in high spirits in the sky. His eyes were bright, full of pride and anticipation. Feng Wuji, you are the first one among the 6 heroes that I've fought. Today, I will step over your dead body and rise to the top. It's your honor to be my stepping stone. In the air, Duanmu Lin looked at Feng Wuji with disdain and was in high spirits. Duanmu Lin, you won't have the chance to do so. At this moment, a clear voice came from the distance. Who is it? Duanmu Lin's eyes turned cold as he looked into the distance. Whoosh! 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 In the distance, 3 beams of light shot toward them. Who's there? You're looking for death. An expert from the 10 Directions Sword School shouted and charged toward the 3 beams of light. Chi. A few claw lights flew out and several 6th grade martial ancestor realm experts from the 10 Directions Sword School were torn into pieces. Buzz! Buzz! And NBSP, the rainbow light vanished, and 3 figures appeared in the air. It's you. The champion, Ho Tianyun. As soon as the 3 figures appeared, someone shouted. Everyone in the mystical sword sect who was in the middle of a battle felt their hearts skip a beat as they couldn't help but look over. The champion Marquis Tianyun was famous throughout the Blazing Sun Empire. However, why was he here? The 3 people who had suddenly appeared were Lu Ming, Yan Quan, and the golden-eyed blood corpse. The Gazing Immortal Pass wasn't far from the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming led 30,000 blood-red cavalry. After more than a day of travel, they finally neared the mystical sword sect. At this moment, Lu Ming, Yan Quan, and the golden-eyed blood zombie had arrived at the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming could not help but speak up when he saw Duan Mulin's arrogant look. Duan Mulin's expression could not help but turn grave as he looked at Lu Ming. Duan Mulin naturally knew of marquee champion Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming had killed Qiu Changlai, a genius from the omnipresent sword sect. He was extremely powerful, and Duan Mulin did not dare to underestimate him. This fellow actually managed to rush here. Where are his blood-red cavalry? Qiu Wuyang's expression changed slightly. Qiu Wuyang knew that Lu Ming had led the blood-red cavalry to the north of the Blazing Sun Empire to rescue Hua Qi. However, he had not sent anyone to deal with Lu Ming during this period of time because he had to deal with the mystical sword sect. In his eyes, Lu Ming was just a small fry. After he dealt with the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley, he could kill Lu Ming and his blood-red cavalry with a flip of his hand. It's him. Lin Xue's eyes moved, revealing a complicated expression. Tianyun, what are you doing here? Qiu Wuyang's voice came from the sky. I'm naturally here to kill you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. As soon as he said that, everyone's hearts trembled. To kill Qiu Wuyang and the others? What an arrogant tone. Ha ha ha, Champion Ho Tianyun, you are indeed full of pride. But in my opinion, you must have been blinded by your pride. That's right, you've achieved so much at such a young age. It's normal to lose yourself. It's ridiculous that you want to kill us. How about this? I can see that you are a talent. If you join me now, I can consider putting you in an important position. In the future, you can become the Grand Marshal of the world's army and guard the Burning Sun Empire. It's not a bad idea. Qiu Wuyang said. What bullshit Grand Marshal? Do you think I care? Qiu Wuyang, to be honest, I'm more interested in your head. Lu Ming sneered. Impudent. You're looking for death. Qiu Wuyang's face turned cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved his hand and a shocking sword radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. Qiu Wuyang, you're shameless. Lin Xue's face changed and she was about to help. Lin Xue, your opponent is me. Duanmu Canghai's figure moved and blocked Lin Xue. On the other side, Yin Tianjue was also staring at Sheng Guanming, preventing him from helping. What marquee champion? How dare you oppose this lord, you overestimate your own abilities, die. Qiu Wuyang's eyes were cold. However, facing Qiu Wuyang's sword radiance, Lu Ming's expression was very calm. He stood there without moving. It's over. The champion, Ho Tianyun, a hero of his generation, is going to be killed just like that? Many people in the surrounding sighed. No one thought that Lu Ming would survive. Qiu Wuyang was a half-step king, and only a half-step king could block his attack. However, how many half-step kings did the Burning Sun Empire have? There were only a dozen of them. Who could save Lu Ming now? Then, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. Yan Quan, who was beside Lu Ming, stepped forward and threw a punch. Boom! The space trembled violently. Then, a terrifying fist radiance burst out. Lu Ming is back. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as the fist force and the sword radiance collided and cancelled each other out. Half-step king. That's a half-step king. Someone shouted. Many people were shocked. They did not expect that Lu Ming would have a half-step king following him. Who are you, sir? Qiu Wuyang's face turned serious. Half-step kings were all extremely famous and were the overlords of their own territories. He was very clear about the appearance of each of them, but he didn't know Yan Quan. Who am I? There's no harm in saying it, I am Yan Quan. Yan Quan parted his mouth and smiled. What? You are Yan Quan. Then this little bastard is the one who destroyed the Mo family and killed my son. As soon as Yan Quan finished speaking, Yin Tianjue roared and looked at Lu Ming with a dark expression. During this period of time, he had sent people to investigate thoroughly, but they could not find the murderer at all. They only knew that Yan Quan had escaped. Now that the flame spring had appeared here, the answer was already obvious. Yin Tianjue, what's your name? Your Dark Moon Imperial family is despicable and shameless. Today, I will settle this with you. Yan Quan looked at Yin Tianjue with killing intent. He took a step forward and stood opposite Qiu Wuyang and the rest. The auras of the 6 half-step kings formed a huge domain that prevented anyone below the half-step king level from approaching. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Duan Mulin and smiled faintly. Duan Mulin, I've just said that you don't have the chance to rise again. You'll die today. Tianyun, if you and I fight, both of us will suffer. I advise you to join the 10 Direction Sword School. Now that the school has formed its power, even if you have a half-step king protecting you, it won't be able to affect the overall situation. Duan Mulin said as he stared at Lu Ming. With Tianyun's reputation right there, unless it was absolutely necessary, he was not willing to exchange blows with him. Both sides are injured. You really think too highly of yourself. Lu Ming revealed a mocking smile. I can defeat you in one move. Lu Ming took a step forward and closed in on Duan Mulin. Arrogant. Let's see how you can defeat me in one move. Great Sun Thunder Blade Slash. Duan Mulin bellowed in rage and slashed his saber. The terrifying saber radiance was even more scorching than the sun as it flew toward Lu Ming. Beast Palm. Lu Ming said softly and struck out with his palm. A huge beast claw appeared and charged toward Duan Mulin. Bang! The beast claw collided with the blade light, and the blade light was snuffed out like a wisp of smoke. The beast Dao palm didn't stop, and it continued toward Duan Mulin with an astonishing power. How did this happen? Duan Mulin cried out in disbelief. Then, he frantically activated his bloodline and used all his strength to slash out. Block it! Block it! Duan Mulin let out a deep roar as his sharp blade light condensed into a sun. However, this sun was like a bubble that was destroyed by the beast Dao palm. Bang! Following that, the beast Dao palm slapped onto Duan Mulin's body. Duan Mulin let out a blood-curdling screech and was sent flying over 1,000 meters away. Blood continuously spurted out of his mouth as his body trembled. His clothes were in tatters, and it was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken. In the sky, Duan Muzanghai shouted worriedly. So strong. Even overlords like Yin Tianjue and Shen Guanming were shocked. Lin Xue's eyes were even more complicated. So strong. Tianyun is too strong. In all directions, Yan Lan, Mulan, and the others exclaimed in shock. The battle continued, but everyone's attention was drawn to this side. As martial arts grandmasters, they could see the battle from dozens of miles away. I've said it before, I'll defeat you in one move. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Impossible, impossible. Duan Mulin roared, finding it hard to bear. He had prided himself as a peerless genius, but he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. It was a huge blow to him. Below, Lu Yao also had a look of disbelief on her face. In her eyes, Duan Mulin, who had been unrivaled, had actually been defeated by Tianyun in a single move. There's actually such a genius in this world. Even Duan Mulin was defeated in one move. The title of Marquis Champion is indeed well-deserved. Lu Yao thought to herself as she looked at Lu Ming with a strange glint in her eyes. The second move will kill you. Lu Ming chuckled and took another step forward. At the same time, a cold killing intent burst out from his body. Tianyun, you dare. Duan Muzanghai roared and wanted to help. Duanmu-Sanghai, I'm your opponent. Lin Shui's aura locked onto Duanmu-Sanghai. Tianyun, there's no enmity between us in the past, nor has there been any enmity between us recently. Why must you kill me? If you kill me, my Duanmu family will never let you off. Why must you seek trouble for yourself? Duanmu Lin cried out in fear. Ha ha ha, no grudges. No complaints. Duanmu Lin, your memory isn't that good. I've said that I'll definitely return to the mystical sword sect within 2 years and kill you. You've already forgotten. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly laughed out loud. His voice also changed, returning to his original voice. What? You're the referee. Duanmu Lin's pupils rapidly contracted and his mind was greatly shaken. Lu Ming reached out and wiped his face. He took off the disguise mask and revealed his handsome face. At the same time, the bones in his body moved and he returned to his original appearance. Lu Ming, why are you here? Duanmu Lin shrieked hysterically when he saw Lu Ming's face. This was too hard for him to accept. The champion, Marquis Tianyun, was Lu Ming, the Lu Ming that he looked down on. He would rather defeat his Tianyun than Lu Ming. This was a blow to his heart that was 10 times, no, 100 times worse. Lu Ming has returned. In the distant sky, Yan Lan, Mulan and the rest were shocked when they saw this. Then, it was ecstasy, unbelievable ecstasy. Ha ha ha, this kid is actually Tianyun. This old man is too shocked. Yan Lan laughed. How did this happen? Duanmu Pajuan, who was fighting against Yan Lan, let out a roar of disbelief. Lu Ming, you're finally back. I knew that you'd come back. You'd come back to fulfill your promise. Mulan's eyes were filled with joy. Lu Ming is back. Lu Ming is the Marquis champion, Tianyun. All the disciples and elders of the mystical sword sect could not help but shout. The news quickly spread throughout the entire mystical sword sect and the entire battlefield. No one would have thought that the renowned champion, Ho Tianyun, was actually Lu Ming, the man who had stormed the White Tiger Hall, killed Lu Yunxiong, and killed dozens of people from the Duanmu family a year ago. In the end, he had been forced to withdraw from the mystical sword sect by the Duanmu family. Many of them even remembered the determination Lu Ming had when he left the mystical sword sect and the promise he made. He would definitely return within 2 years and kill Duanmu Lin. It had been less than 2 years. It had only been slightly more than a year and Lu Ming had returned. Duanmu Lin had been defeated by him in one move. The return of the king. A true king, no matter where he went, no matter what identity he used, was destined not to be buried. He would always shine. Lu Ming is back. I'm indeed not as good as him. Azure Dragon Hall, Zhang Muyun sighed. Ha, I knew he would come back. At the foot of the White Tiger Hall, Ling Kong, who was covered in blood, laughed heartily. Killing Duanmu Lin. It's him indeed. In the sky, Lin Shuai revealed a bitter smile. At this moment, Lin Shuai was filled with regret. Back then, he had chosen the Duanmu family over Lu Ming. The facts proved that he was wrong. The entire Duanmu family had rebelled, but at the crucial moment, Lu Ming had come to their rescue. His feelings were extremely complicated. Damn it, I should have killed him with all my strength back then. Duanmu Sanghai's face was extremely gloomy. Of all the people present, the one with the most complicated feelings and the most difficult to accept was Lu Yao. At this moment, Lu Yao's body was trembling violently as she looked at the familiar figure in the sky in disbelief. No, it's impossible. It can't be Lu Ming's. How can Lu Ming be Tianyun? Lu Yao called out incoherently. Not long ago, she was still thinking that it was a pity that Lu Ming was not here. She could not see the gap between him and Duanmu Lin and was proud that he had chosen Duanmu Lin. However, in the blink of an eye, Tian Yun had appeared and defeated Duanmu Lin with a single move. Now, he was telling her that Lu Ming was Tian Yun. This was a huge blow to her. No, no, impossible. It's fake. All of this is fake. Lu Yao shrieked, her beautiful face contorted into a hideous and terrifying expression. She couldn't accept all this. In the sky, Lu Ming casually glanced at Lu Yao and no longer paid attention to her, as if she was just a stranger. Duanmu Lin, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said softly. No, no, I can't die. Duanmu Lin cried out in horror as he desperately flew backward. Lu Ming, stop. Duanmu Sanghai roared and a powerful aura burst out from his body, wanting to save him. However, he was being held back by Lin Shui. Yan Lan, get lost. On the other side, Duanmu Pajuan also roared loudly. He wanted to save Yan Lan, but how could Yan Lan allow him to do so? Duanmu Pajuan, we haven't decided who's going to win yet. Where are you going? Yan Lan laughed coldly as he blocked Duanmu Pajuan's way. Stop him. Yin Tianjue shouted. Buzz! Buzz! A few of the experts he had brought with him charged toward Lu Ming. Die! A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. With a stab, the spear's gleam burst out and the two 7th-grade martial arts grandmaster experts were instantly killed. At the same time, Lu Ming devoured the blood essence. Lu Ming did not stop as he charged toward Duanmu Lin. Stop him and let young Master Lin escape. The other Duanmu family experts rushed over, but the strongest was only in the 7th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. They were all killed by Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of Duanmu Lin. I'm not afraid. Duanmu Lin shouted in fear. Die! Lu Ming muttered and thrust his spear. Puchi! The spear pierced through Duanmu Lin's heart. Duanmu Lin's eyes immediately popped out like a dead fish's. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and regret. Immediately after, the life in his eyes quickly dissipated. Never in his dreams did he expect that he would die in Lu Ming's hands. More than a year ago, when Lu Ming left the mystical sword sect, he said that he would return to the sect to kill him within 2 years. At that time, he did not take it seriously. He did not think that Lu Ming could catch up to him. However, the truth was often very different from what you expected. Duanmu Lin was dead. Bang! Lu Ming swung his long spear and Duanmu Lin's corpse flew out like a piece of trash. No, Lu Ming, you should die. You should die. In the sky, Duanmu Sanghai screamed hysterically, his voice was as shrill as a ghost. Duanmu Lin was the hope of the Duanmu family, and now that his hope had been snuffed out, Duanmu Sanghai simply couldn't bear it. Old man, what are you shouting for? After I left the sect, you sent people to assassinate me. I once swore to trample your Duanmu family to the ground. Now it's your turn. Golden Eye, go and kill that old man. Lu Ming berated Duanmu Sanghai and then instructed the golden-eyed blood corpse. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse let out a deafening roar as it emitted a dense blood-red light and pounced towards Duanmu Sanghai. You're looking for death. Duanmu Sanghai roared and slashed at the golden-eyed blood corpse. A sharp sword light burst out, trying to cut the golden-eyed blood zombie in half. However, the result shocked everyone. The golden-eyed blood corpse waved its claws and tore Duanmu Sanghai's sword light into pieces. The golden-eyed blood corpse continued to attack Duanmu Sanghai with lightning speed. Half-step King Warrior. Why is it half-step King Warrior again? Duanmu Sanghai let out a cry of disbelief. There was another half-step king beside Lu Ming. How was that possible? Could it be that half-step kings were cabbages? Even Lin Shui and the other half-step kings were stunned. Boom! Duanmu Sanghai circulated his sword force and burst out with all his strength. Just now, He thought that he could kill the golden-eyed blood corpse with a casual strike, so the sword ray was easily destroyed by the corpse. Kill! At this moment, Lin Shuai shouted coldly, and a terrifying sword aura burst forth, and a peerless sharp edge stabbed towards Duanmu Canghai. Arg! Lin Shuai, you sneaked an attack on me, you're despicable. Duanmu Canghai howled in fear as he used all his strength to resist. Don't even think about it. Qiu Wuyang and Yin Tianjue roared and wanted to save him, but Shen Guanming and Yan Quan had also made their moves. A battle between half-step kings suddenly erupted. The entire heaven and earth was in an uproar. Ah! An earth-shattering scream reverberated through the entire mystical sword sect. It was Duanmu Canghai. He was no match for the golden-eyed blood corpse and Lin Shuai. Furthermore, Lin Shuai had launched a sneak attack. With one move, a piece of flesh was torn off from his chest by the golden-eyed blood corpse. Even his bones and internal organs could be seen. His right hand had disappeared. Lin Shuai's sword light had cut off one of his arms from his shoulder, almost cutting him in half. But even if he dodged it, he was already half dead. Ah, Lin Shuai, you're despicable. How dare you sneak attack me? Duanmu Canghai shouted. There's no need to kill traitors in broad daylight. Kill! Lin Shuai's killing intent was like a tidal wave. She hated the Duanmu family to the core. She unleashed her full power and charged towards Duanmu Canghai. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse also roared and charged towards Duanmu Canghai. Save me! Duanmu Cang's sea urchin was scared out of its wits as it fled for its life. Unfortunately, even if Qiu Wuyang and Yin Tianjue wanted to help, they were powerless. Their opponents weren't any weaker than them. Duanmu Canghai was already heavily injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced. How could he escape? The next moment, another scream was heard. He dodged the claw of the golden-eyed blood corpse, but he couldn't avoid Lin Shuai's sword and was cut in half. After all, he was a half-step king with a strong life force. Duanmu Canghai was still alive, and he started to scream in fear. Sect leader, please spare my life. Please spare my old bones. For the sake of all the years I've fought for the sect, please spare me. Duanmu Canghai pleaded loudly. And NBSP, he actually called him sect leader again, he was really shameless. Indeed, the older a person was, the more afraid he was of death. Fight for the sect. I think you've been working hard for yourself all these years. Duanmu Canghai, I'll send you on your way personally. Lin Shuai coldly shouted. Buzz! The sharp sword chi burst out. Duanmu Canghai let out a cry of despair as the sword chi sliced through his head, splitting him into two. Duanmu Canghai, a half-step king, was dead. Chapter 346 Turning the Tables. Father! In the distance, Duanmu Pajuan shouted. Bang! He was distracted for a moment, and Yan Lan's palm landed on his chest. Duanmu Pajuan retreated as blood spurted out of his mouth. Die! Yan Lan chased after him, and the violent attack tilted down. Duanmu Pajuan, who was seriously injured, could only block a dozen moves before his heart meridian was shattered by Yan Lan's palm. With a loud cry, he died unwillingly. Not good, let's go. Seeing that Duanmu Canghai had been killed, Qiu Wuyang let out a long howl and turned to leave. Qiu Wuyang, you can stay here today. Die! Lin Shuai roared as she charged at Qiu Wuyang with her sword. The dazzling sword chi filled the void and blocked Qiu Wuyang's way out. Buzz! Buzz! Yan Quan and the golden-eyed blood corpse flashed and appeared on the other two sides of Qiu Wuyang. Qiu Wuyang's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with anxiety. Damn it, damn it! I can't believe I've fallen into such a situation today. I never thought that this Tianyun, no, Lu Ming, would have 2 half-step king warriors with him. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Damn it. Qiu Wuyang kept roaring in his heart as he rolled his eyes, trying to think of a solution. With Duanmu Canghai's death, the only half-step king warriors on their side were him, Yin Tianjue, and another expert from the 10 Direction Sword School. On the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's side, there was Lin Shui, a half-step king, Shenguan Ming, Yan Quan, and the Golden-Eyed Blood Corpse. In terms of peak combat strength, they were already at a complete disadvantage. They could only retreat for now. Otherwise, they would all have to stay here. Boom. Let's go. On the other side, Yin Tianjue and Shenguan Ming exchanged a blow. He roared and called for the powerful cultivators he had brought with him, planning to escape. Yin Tianjue, let's settle this today. Where are you going? Seeing that Yin Tianjue was about to leave, Yan Quan gave a loud roar and abandoned Qiu Wuyang to charge towards Yin Tianjue. Detestable. Yin Tianjue howled in anger as he burst forth with all his might. Buzz! As soon as Yan Quan left, Qiu Wuyang's sword Qi soared into the sky. The battle sword in his hand slashed out, its sharpness unparalleled. Boom! Even the powerful golden-eyed blood corpse was sent flying thousands of meters. Qiu Wuyang seized the opportunity and was about to run away. However, on the other side, another sharp sword Qi was coming at him. It was Lin Shui. Qiu Wuyang, you won't be able to escape. Lin Shui's voice was cold. Damn it! Qiu Wuyang roared and fought back with all his might. However, after a few moves, he was already spitting out blood. Ow! At this moment, the howls of Wallivers could be heard from the distant land. Boom! 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 The earth rumbled as countless blood-red scaled Wallivers charged over. Lu Ming's red blood cavalry had arrived. Kill! The blood-red cavalry roared and charged at the army of the 10 Direction Sword Sect. The omnipresent Sword Sect immediately sent out a powerful army to stop the blood-red cavalry. Although this army was very strong and was the elite of the 10 Direction Sword School, it was not enough to face the blood-red cavalry. The red blood cavalry was armed to the teeth. What they wore and what they held in their hands were all the best items that Lu Ming had taken from the Martial King's storage ring. Together with the crimson-scaled wolf, they were an army that was born for war. After a few charges, the army of the 10 Direction Sword Sect was scattered. The blood-red cavalry charged past, leaving corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. Qiu Wuyang, your plan today is destined to fail. It's impossible for the 10 Direction Sword Sect to rule the Burning Sun Empire. Lin Shui glared at Qiu Wuyang. Qiu Wuyang's face was extremely dark and his eyes were filled with anger. He didn't say anything as he tried to block Lin Shui and the golden-eyed blood corpse's attacks while looking for an opportunity to escape. Sect leader, let me help you. At this time, a loud roar was heard. A tall figure rushed over and exchanged a blow with the golden-eyed blood corpse. This person was the other half-step king of the 10 Direction Sword School. I'm your opponent. The half-step king from the mystical sword sect had also caught up. Sect leader, run. The 10 Direction Sword Sect can't do without you. Leave this to me. The half-step king from the 10 Direction Sword School roared. His body emitted a strong purple light, and his originally tall body expanded again. He's burning his blood essence. He's going to risk his life. Stop him. Lin Shui shouted. Kill! 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 The half-step king from the 10 Direction Sword School roared and slashed out 3 times. The power of these 3 swords was beyond imagination, infinitely close to the attack power of a king. Boom! 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 The golden-eyed blood corpse, Lin Shui, and the half-step king from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect were all sent flying thousands of meters away. Buzz! Qiu Wuyang seized the opportunity and turned into a beam of light, disappearing into the horizon in a few breaths. Lu Ming, Lin Shui, Qiu Wuyang, will exterminate your entire family sooner or later. Qiu Wuyang's murderous voice came from the distance. Boom! On the other side, Yin Tianju used some kind of secret technique and lost an arm to fight back Yan Quan and Sheng Guanming's encirclement. He turned into a blood light and rushed out, disappearing into the horizon. Detestable! Lin Shui roared as she turned her attention to the 10-direction sword school's half-step king. Although he had burned his blood essence and increased his combat strength, he couldn't last long. His blood essence was exhausted and he was torn into pieces by the golden-eyed blood corpse. Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in the air. Looking at the corpse of the 10-direction sword sect's demi-king, Lu Ming sighed in pity. The other party's blood essence had already been exhausted. This was a half-step king. The energy contained in its blood essence was absolutely terrifying. To Lu Ming, it was a supreme treasure. Furthermore, the blood essence of a half-step king was extremely condensed, and its essence dissipated very slowly. Any jade bottle could store it for a very long time. Previously, Duanmu Canghai's blood essence had already been stored in a jade bottle by Lu Ming. He could keep it for later consumption and refinement. After taking a look at his surroundings, Lu Ming wiped his face with his hand and transformed back into Tianyun. Blood-red iron cavalry, hear my order. Kill the people of the 10-direction sword sect without mercy. Lu Ming gave the order heartlessly, his voice spreading far and wide. Kill! Kill! The blood-red cavalry roared, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as well. He wielded his spear and charged at the martial arts grandmaster from the omnidirectional sword sect. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood corpse, Yan Quan, Lin Shui, and the other half-step kings also charged toward the 10-direction sword school. With so many half-step kings joining in, it was simply a massacre. Screams of pain and agony filled the air as a large number of experts were killed. Run, quickly run. The people from the 10-direction sword school didn't have the heart to continue fighting. Even their sect leader had escaped, and the other party had so many terrifying experts. Staying behind to fight was simply an act of courting death. One by one, they began to flee from the mystical sword sect. The attack of the 10-direction sword school this time could be considered a complete failure. Lu Ming was on a killing spree. With a wave of his long spear, a few experts from the Duanmu family were killed. Lu Ming had his eyes on the Duanmu family. In fact, it was the same for the other people in the mystical sword sect. They were also targeting the Duanmu family. Even if the people from the 10-direction sword school were to escape, they could not let the people from the Duanmu family off. Betrayer, only death. Meeting Lu Yao again. Chaos, the scene was in chaos. Screams and curses were heard. The people from the Duanmu family screamed and fled. Don't leave me. Not far from Lu Ming, there was a shriek. A few figures soared into the sky, trying to escape. Whoosh! Xiao! Xiao! Lu Ming's long spear shook and the spear's radiance burst out. These 4th and 5th grade martial arts grandmasters were easily killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming appeared in a flash. He looked down and frowned slightly. Below, Lu Yao lay limply on the ground, her face filled with despair. Duanmu Canghai, Duanmu Lin, and Duanmu Pejuan all died. The Duanmu family's higher-ups were killed one after another in front of her eyes. This completely shattered her fantasy and her future. Lu Ming, it's all your fault. You've ruined me. Lu Yao raised her head and looked at Lu Ming with reddened eyes. Her eyes were filled with resentment. I destroyed you. What a joke. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao and chided her coldly. From the beginning to the end, I've never provoked you. You've been lying to me and even deprived me of my bloodline. When I came to the mystical sword sect, it was the Duanmu family who tried to kill me time and time again. Now, you're saying that I destroyed you. So you're saying that I can only let you do whatever you want to me, and I can't fight back? How laughable. Lu Yao, let me tell you, you only have yourself to blame for everything. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao and said slowly. His voice was very calm, and one could not tell any emotional fluctuations. He was just stating a fact. He asked for it. You brought this upon yourself, ha ha ha. Lu Yao muttered to herself, then burst out laughing. Buzz! Buzz! At that moment, two figures appeared beside Lu Ming. They were Qiu Yu and Xian Yanqing. After Lu Yao laughed, she calmed down and looked at Xian Yanqing and Qiu Yu. Qiu Yu and Xian Yanqing, one in a white dress and the other in a black dress, stood in the air like a goddess. Lu Yao had always prided herself on her beauty, but compared to Qiu Yu and Xian Yanqing, she was still not as good. In addition, Qiu Yu and Xian Yanqing exuded a powerful aura. Standing beside Lu Ming, they looked like a celestial couple. At this moment, Lu Yao's heart was filled with complicated emotions. There was regret, hatred, and envy. She had brought this upon herself. Yes, Lu Ming was right. She had brought this upon herself. All of this was caused by herself. If she had not thought so much in the past, looked down on Lu Ming, despised him, and even deprived him of his bloodline just because he was dispirited for a moment, and did not pursue geniuses and rich families, but stayed by Lu Ming's side obediently, then the person who was envied by countless people would not be others but her. At this moment, she truly understood the meaning of the phrase, "Don't bully the young for being poor." People would always have their ups and downs. However, the low point was only temporary. As long as he didn't die, he would rise up eventually. I envy the prosperity and brilliance of others, but I ignore the brilliance and potential of the people around me. In the end, it's all for nothing. Perhaps I was wrong. Lu Yao suddenly let out a long sigh. Hoo hoo. All of a sudden, the true energy in Lu Yao's body went berserk, and streams of fiery red true energy rushed out of her body. Puchi. Then, Lu Yao's body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura rapidly weakened and she finally became like an ordinary person. His cultivation was crippled. In a short period of time, Lu Yao had gone through a great roller coaster ride, and her mental state had also experienced a great roller coaster ride, which actually led to the collapse of her mental state, causing her cultivation to be completely crippled. Lu Yao lay limply on the ground, her eyes unfocused and filled with despair. At that moment, the scenes from her journey to this place appeared in Lu Yao's mind. She suddenly realized that the 3 years that she spent with Lu Ming were the real happiness. Later on, she pursued more and it became more tiring. After a long while, Lu Yao suddenly burst into tears. She looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, I'm sorry." "All right." Lu Ming suddenly sighed. One must always look at the side. Although the scenery in the distance is beautiful, it's just an illusion. It's like a dream. It's not a bad thing that you'll be an ordinary person in the future. After that, Lu Ming called over an expert from the Blood Red Cavalry and instructed, take her to an ordinary village nearby and let her spend the rest of her life there. Yes. The Blood Red Cavalry accepted the order, picked up Lu Yao, and disappeared in a flash. A gentle breeze blew past and a crystal-clear teardrop floated towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming opened his palm and the teardrop landed on it. "This is good too." Lu Ming muttered. "What's wrong? You can't bear to part with your old lover?" Xian Yanqing pouted. "Old lover? Aren't you my old lover?" Lu Ming smiled. "Me? Bah! Who's your old lover?" Xian Yanqing rolled his eyes at Lu Ming and said through gritted teeth. However, her face was a little red. Qiu Yu blinked her watery eyes and looked at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. She smiled gently and did not say anything. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. In the end, the Duanmu family was almost completely annihilated, and the 10 Direction Sword School also suffered heavy losses. Only a small number of people managed to escape. As for the dozens of experts that Yin Tianjue had brought with him, all of them had been killed except for himself. The 5 courtyards of the mystical sword sect were covered in ruins and corpses. The ground was dyed red with blood. The atmosphere was heavy. Although the mystical sword sect had won this battle, they had also suffered heavy losses. It could be said that the mystical sword sect's strength had dropped by a large margin after this battle. Due to the Duanmu family's betrayal, the White Tiger Hall was almost crippled. Lu Ming was walking among the ruins. Marquis Champion. Marquis Champion. The mystical sword sect's disciples bowed respectfully when they saw Lu Ming. Their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. Initially, Lu Ming was just like them, a disciple of the mystical sword sect. However, things were different now. Now, Lu Ming was the Marquis Champion, and he was in control of the army. His own strength was extremely powerful, and he had 2 half-step king warriors under him. He had already become one of the overlords of the Blazing Sun Empire, an overlord that could be on equal footing with Lin Shui. Lu Ming nodded in response. Marquis Champion. Lu Ming met Zhang Muyun in the Azure Dragon Hall. He was covered in blood and Zhuo Yirong was by his side. Brother Zhang, you don't have to be so polite. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming was happy for Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong. Although Lu Ming did not have many interactions with the 2 of them, he still admired their character. Many people have died. Duan Gang also died in battle. Zhang Muyun sighed, his voice filled with solemnness and sadness. Is Duan Gang dead? Lu Ming muttered. Duan Gang was the #1 genius among the bronze-level disciples of the Onyx Tortoise Hall. He had once competed with them for a place on the bronze ranking. He was a very straightforward young man. But now, he had died in battle. After chatting with Zhang Muyun for a while, Lu Ming left the place. He walked around and arrived at the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming. With a soft cry, Mulan walked toward Lu Ming leisurely, her eyes filled with joy. At this moment, Lu Ming had already returned to his true appearance, and everyone in the Blood-Red Cavalry already knew his true identity. Chapter 348 Times Have Changed. Senior Sister Mulan. Lu Ming also smiled and walked towards Mulan. Lu Ming, I was right about you. It's been a long time since we last met. Your achievements have exceeded my imagination. And now that you're the Marquis Champion, should I call you Lord Marquis when I see you? Mulan came to Lu Ming's side with a smile and teased him. It had been more than a year since they last met, and Mulan's figure had become even more voluptuous. She was wearing a tight-fitting black chiffon dress that outlined a shocking curve on her body. The faint fragrance of her body continuously sneaked into Lu Ming's nose. It was filled with endless temptation. It was completely like a ripe peach. Senior Sister Mulan, you've laughed at me. In front of Senior Sister, I'm still that junior brother. Lu Ming said with a bitter smile. A satisfied smile appeared on Mulan's face as if she was saying, at least you know your place. Then, Mulan sized Lu Ming up carefully. A trace of longing flashed across her eyes, but no one noticed it. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared in the air above them. It was a middle-aged man. Marquis Champion, the sect leader has something to discuss with you. He's in the meeting hall. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and saluted. All right, I'll be there immediately. Lu Ming nodded. Many thanks, Marquis Champion. The middle-aged man cupped his fists in thanks and left. Senior Sister Mulan, let's talk another day. Lu Ming said with a smile. All right. Mulan nodded. Then, Lu Ming soared into the sky and headed out of the mystical sword sect's mountain gate. The Blood Red Cavalry's temporary camp was here. Lord Marquis. The Blood Red Cavalry saluted Lu Ming the moment he returned. Regardless of whether it was Lu Ming or Tian Yun, the Blood Red Cavalry would not care. They only recognized one person, and that was the Marquis Champion himself. Then, Lu Ming brought the golden-eyed Blood Corpse and Yan Quan to the meeting hall of the Mystical Sword Sect. The Mystical Sword Sect's meeting hall was located deep within the 5 great academies. It was the place where the sect leader, golden-robed elders, and golden-ranked disciples cultivated. It was also the core of the Mystical Sword Sect. Back then, Lu Ming had stayed in the Mystical Sword Sect for so long, but he had never come here. Now, he had left the Mystical Sword Sect and came here. Things were really wonderful. The Marquis Champion has arrived. Lu Ming had just appeared outside the meeting hall when someone announced his arrival. Then, dozens of people walked out of the meeting hall. The one in the lead was Lin Shui, and on the right was the only remaining half-step king warrior of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, Shengguan Ming. On the left was another half-step king from the Mystical Sword sect. The other dozens of people were mostly the golden-robed elders of the Mystical Sword sect, as well as the deans of the Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Azure Dragon halls. Feng Wuji was one of them. Ha ha ha, the Marquis Champion is here. Please come in, and Brother Yan as well. Lin Shui laughed and cupped her fists at Lu Ming and Yan Quan. His tone was very polite and he treated Lu Ming as a person of the same level. Greetings to Marquis Champion and Senior Yan Quan. The golden-robed elders also cupped their fists and said. Their feelings were complicated. Lu Ming was once a disciple of the Mystical Sword Sect and a proud son of heaven. He had entered the Mystical Sword Sect and created many records. In the end, because of the Duanmu family, they made Lu Ming leave the Mystical Sword Sect. However, it had only been a short while and Lu Ming had made such great achievements alone. Even they had to bow down to Lu Ming. This was simply unbelievable. And NBSP, sect leader Lin, seniors, you don't have to be so polite. Lu Ming smiled. Yan Quan's face was expressionless. Of course, the golden-eyed Blood Corpse did not have any reaction. It followed Lu Ming closely. A group of people walked into the meeting hall and took their seats. This time, it's all thanks to Marquis Champion's timely arrival. Otherwise, my Mystic Essence Sword Sect would have been destroyed by the 10 Direction Sword Sect. On behalf of all the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, I would like to thank Marquis Champion. At the head of the hall, Lin Shui stood up and solemnly thanked Lu Ming. Sect leader Lin, you are too polite. I just don't want the 10 Direction Sword Sect to unify the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming smiled faintly and his attitude was indifferent. No matter what. I still have to thank the Marquis Champion. Lin Shui cupped her fists again. She sighed in her heart and was a little disappointed. It was obvious that Lu Ming did not have a good impression of them. He had thought that it was possible to get Lu Ming to return to the Mystical Sword Sect. However, looking at Lu Ming's attitude, it seemed impossible. Lin Shui collected herself and continued, I invited Marquis Champion here today to discuss the current situation and what we should do. Lu Ming nodded. This time, the 10 Directions Sword School has been defeated. They will definitely not let it go and will definitely make a comeback. Moreover, the 10 Directions Sword School has joined forces with the Heavenly Fiends sect. In addition, they have occupied the imperial capital. No one is the 10 Directions Sword School's match. Therefore, we must join forces with the Crimson Cloud Valley to have the power to fight against the 10 Directions Sword School. The most important thing now is to rescue the Crimson Cloud Valley. Previously, some experts from the Heavenly Fiends sect and the 10 Directions Sword School were missing, most likely to have gone to deal with the Crimson Cloud Valley. I wonder what Marquis Champion and Senior Shengguan think about this. Lin Shui analyzed and then looked at Lu Ming and Shengguan Ming. I have no objections, as long as we don't let the 10 Directions Sword School succeed. Shen Guanming said. I have no objections either. Lu Ming nodded. No one had any objections, so they immediately sent experts to assist the Crimson Cloud Valley. Lin Shui went personally, Shen Guanming volunteered, and Lu Ming sent Flame Spring. The three half-step kings led a large group of experts and charged toward the Red Cloud Valley. Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and began to devour and refine the blood essence. In this battle, Lu Ming had devoured a large amount of blood essence and used it all to improve his 9-dragon bloodline. His cultivation had improved too quickly, and he still needed some time to polish it. Therefore, all the blood essence was used to improve the bloodline. Now, Lu Ming felt that his 9-dragon bloodline had reached the limit of the first-grade king level. He would soon reach the second-grade king level. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared. Within the jade bottle, there were 9 drops of blood essence. These 9 drops of blood essence were placed together and did not mix with each other. They were like 9 bright rubies. This was the blood essence left behind by Duanmu Canghai. With a breath of genuine qi, a drop of blood essence flew out. At the same time, the bloodline of 9 dragons appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the drop of blood essence was swallowed by the bloodline of 9 dragons. Boom! After a drop of blood essence was absorbed, it was like a volcano had erupted, erupting with terrifying energy. The body of the 9-dragon bloodline actually swelled up rapidly. Roar! The 9-dragon bloodlines roared, and their voices rumbled, shaking the heavens and earth. They began to refine rapidly. The blood essence of a half-step king was too rich. The endless energy was all absorbed by the 9-dragon bloodline. Buzz! Half an hour later, the bloodline of the 9 dragons trembled. Around his body, there was only one Asilavira chakra. At this time, a second, lighter-colored Asilavira chakra also appeared. King Level 2. His 9-dragon bloodline had advanced to the second rank of the king level. The blood essence of a half-step king is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming sighed. Chapter 349 The War of the Whole Nation. Just a drop of blood essence had elevated the 9-dragon bloodline from the first level to the second level. Continue. Lu Ming took out another drop of blood essence and devoured it. This time, Lu Ming upgraded his second blood meridian. The second bloodline was an ancient stone tablet. There seemed to be some words on it, but they were blurry and unclear. It seemed very mysterious. Moreover, up until now, the second bloodline did not seem to have any other magical effects other than increasing Lu Ming's combat strength when he activated it. This was not in line with the level of king-level bloodline. Lu Ming speculated that this might be because the level of the blood meridian was still too low. As long as the level of the blood meridian increased, the second blood meridian would definitely show some power. A huge stone tablet emerged, and surging blood essence energy was constantly injected into the stone tablet. However, his second bloodline was now at the 4th level of the king tier. The amount of blood essence energy required to upgrade it was too much. 1 drop, 2 drops. After refining a total of 7 drops, his second bloodline had only advanced to the limit of the 4th tier of the king level. Next, Lu Ming refined 2 more drops in a row. Unfortunately, the second blood meridian did not improve. It was still at the limit of the 4th level of the king tier. Right now, the increase in bloodline level is too slow. Even a half-step king can only increase it by this little bit. Usually, 8th or 7th stage martial ancestors have little effect, and 9th stage martial ancestors have a better effect. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and was rather speechless. He really didn't know what kind of blood essence he would need to continue upgrading. Martial King Realm. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. A day has passed. Let's go out and see the situation. With a single thought, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine. After he came out, he received news that Lin Shui and the others had returned. So fast. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Yan Quan then told him what had happened. It turned out that when Lin Shui and the others rushed to the Crimson Cloud Valley without stopping, they actually met the people of the Crimson Cloud Valley on the way. They were on their way to the mystical sword sect. When the two sides met, they found out that the 10 Directions Sword School and the Heaven Fiends School had indeed sent a large number of experts to besiege the Crimson Cloud Valley. However, the Scarlet Heaven Valley had not been infiltrated by the 10 Directions Sword School. How could it be so easy to break through when the top and bottom were united? However, the people of the Crimson Cloud Valley could not come out either. They were blocked and could not help the mystical sword sect. Unexpectedly, after 2 days, the 10 Directions Sword sect and the Heaven Fiends sect suddenly retreated. Only then did the Crimson Cloud Valley send people to the mystical sword sect for help. Everyone guessed that the masters besieging the Crimson Cloud Valley retreated because the 10 Directions Sword sect had suffered a crushing defeat at the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming nodded. It was a great thing that the Crimson Cloud Valley was fine. After Lu Ming and Yan Quan chatted for a while, Lin Shui sent someone to invite him to discuss some matters. This time, of course, they were discussing their next move. After the discussion, the mystical sword sect began to gather the various armies and experts around the mystical sword sect. The same was true for the Crimson Cloud Valley. 5 days later, Hua Qi and Ming Meng led their armies to the mystical sword sect. Naturally, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were there as well. Lu Ming arranged for Lu Yuntian and Li Ping to stay in the mystical sword sect. This way, as long as the mystical sword sect remained standing, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping would be safe. On the second day of Hua Qi's arrival, he announced it to the world as a legitimate member of the royal family. In the announcement, Hua Qi pointed out that Heavenly King Zhen had colluded with the 10 Directions Sword sect and Heavenly Fiends sect to usurp the throne, kill the Burning Sun Emperor Hua Jingxing, and slaughter the entire royal family. It was a great treasonous act and everyone had the right to punish him. Therefore, they gathered all the righteous men in the world to attack Heavenly King Zhen, Shifang Sword School, and Tian Sha sect. When the announcement was made, Lu Ming was the first to respond. He was willing to lead an army to attack the omnipresent sword sect. The Marquis Champion and the Blood Red Iron Cavalry were the first to respond, and the world was shaken. Following that, the supporters gathered. Needless to say, all the armies and forces in the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley's territories obeyed their orders. Many of the Imperial Army's troops also rushed to the mystical sword sect's territory in response to Hua Qi's call. Half a month later, Hua Qi had gathered an army of nearly 1 million. At this time, the mystical sword sect was located in the eastern part of the Blazing Sun Empire, forming a triangular formation with the Crimson Cloud Valley in the southern part of the Blazing Sun Empire. Together with Hua Qi's army, their strength was unprecedented. At the same time, the 10 Directions Sword sect and the Heaven Fiends sect also made their move. They gathered their armies and began to attack. The two forces started a life-and-death battle. This battle lasted for a month. The Blazing Sun Empire did not have a true martial king. The strongest was a half-step king, so the battle between the two sides was not one-sided. Although the Omnidirectional Sword sect and the Malevolent Sky sect were slightly stronger than the Mystical Sword sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and Lu Ming, they were still too weak. However, since Lu Ming had brought Yan Quan and the Golden-Eyed Blood Corpse, they were not at a disadvantage in terms of half-step king warriors. Even if the 10 Directions Sword School was slightly stronger, it was not by much. It was impossible to defeat Lu Ming's side in a short time. The two sides were in a stalemate. The total number of soldiers on both sides exceeded 8 million, and there were constant small and big battles. During this time, the Blood Red Cavalry were extremely eye-catching and had won every battle. They had made great contributions, causing the expressions of the 10 Directions Sword sect to change. However, there was a flaw, and that was that there were too few of them. There were only 30,000 of them, and as the battle continued, their numbers would decrease. In a battle with millions of soldiers, it was difficult to establish a decisive advantage. In the Dark Moon Empire, in the south vanquishing prince's mansion, a group of people were discussing some matters. The Duke of the South, Yin Tianjue, was missing an arm. He sat at the head of the table with a gloomy expression, as if he was in deep thought. Your Royal Highness, why didn't we send troops to aid the 10 Direction Sword Sect and destroy the mystical Sword Sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and Lu Ming in one fell swoop? One of the generals asked. Help the 10 Direction Sword Sect? What good would that do us? Duke Jinan sneered coldly, as if he had everything under control. Isn't it good like this? The internal battle of the 10 Directional Sword School will exhaust each other. When both sides have suffered heavy losses, we will lead the army and wipe out the Burning Sun Empire in one fell swoop. The entire Burning Sun Empire will come under our command. Your Highness is wise. In the conference hall of Shifeng Mountain, there were dozens of people in the hall. They were all the upper echelons of the 10 Direction Sword Sect and Heavenly Fiend Sect. Heavenly King Zhen and Qiu Wuyang were also among them. Qiu Wuyang was sitting at the head of the table. How's the situation now? Qiu Wuyang asked. Sect leader, right now the two armies are at war with each other. Neither side can truly suppress the other. A golden-robed elder of the 10 Directions Sword School reported. And the other party is very cunning and heavily guarded. We've repeatedly sent assassins to assassinate their experts, but they've discovered us in advance and killed the assassins we sent. Another gold-robed elder reported. That's right. The most difficult to deal with was Lu Ming's blood-red iron cavalry. They caused a lot of casualties on our side. The gold-robed elder from before sighed. Bang! Qiu Wuyang slammed the table with a gloomy face and shouted, Lu Ming again. Qiu Changkong's secret. At the mention of Lu Ming, Qiu Wuyang's face darkened and his killing intent soared. It was all because of Lu Ming that the situation had fallen into such a state and the omnipresent sword sect was in such a passive position. According to Qiu Wuyang's plan, everything should have been perfect, and the Blazing Sun Empire should have been unified by now. It was all because of Lu Ming's interference that his plan was completely ruined. I must get rid of this Lu Ming as soon as possible. Qiu Wuyang gritted his teeth. It's difficult to get rid of Lu Ming. A gold-robed elder sighed. Lu Ming's own combat strength was very strong, and he had a half-step king following him at all times. It was almost impossible to kill him. What about Yin Tianjue? Still no response. Qiu Wuyang asked. No, the messenger he sent said that Yin Tianjue didn't see him at all. Damn it, Yin Tianjue, that old fox. He's waiting for us to both suffer losses so that he can benefit from it. Qiu Wuyang shouted angrily. Sect leader, you don't have to worry so much. It won't take long for us to destroy the mystical sword sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and Lu Ming. At this moment, a clear voice was heard. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes turned to the person who spoke. This man was in his 20s, and he was Qiu Changkong. Zhangkong, do you have a way to solivere this? Qiu Wuyang asked. Ha, sect leader, and all the seniors present, have you all forgotten that the day of recruitment for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, which happens once every 5 years, is about to arrive? Qiu Changkong laughed. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is recruiting Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. Qiu Wuyang was stunned at first, but then he seemed to have thought of something and said ecstatically, haha, that's right. Look at how anxious I am. I've forgotten about this. Changkong, with the help of that person, there's a great chance for you to join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. As long as you join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards and borrow a little of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace's power, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and Lu Ming will all be annihilated with the flip of a hand. That's right. Ha, why didn't I think of that? Some of the golden-robed elders of the 10 Direction Sword School also laughed in a carefree manner. As for the experts from Heavenly Fiend's sect, they were a little puzzled. Brother Chiu, as far as I know, the Detian Divine Guards only recruit once every 5 years. All of them are extremely rare and monstrous geniuses. Furthermore, they're not recruiting from the 36 countries of Emperor Yun, but from the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. The eastern region of the Tianxian region is extremely vast. The Cloud Emperor mountain range that the 36 nations of the Cloud Emperor Empire are located in is merely a small part of it. There are many regions that are larger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range, and it can be said that geniuses are as common as clouds. It's not that I'm looking down on nephew Chang Kong, but your talent is naturally extremely shocking. However, it's still a long story if you want to join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The sect master of Heavenly Fiend's sect said from the side. The Divine Wilderness continent had many large regions. The Cloud Emperor mountain range was located in the Tianxian region. The Tianxian region was extremely vast, and the Cloud Emperor mountain range was just an unremarkable mountain range in the Tianxian region. Even though Chiu Changkong's strength was unparalleled in the Blazing Sun Empire, and countless young geniuses paled in comparison to him, he was nothing in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. On the other hand, Chiu Changkong, Chiu Wuyang, and the elder from the 10 Direction Sword sect seemed very confident. It was no wonder that Tiansha sect leader was confused. There's something that Brother Zhua doesn't know. There's no harm in telling you. Chang Kong has always been talented and intelligent since young. When he was young, he was taken in as an in-name disciple by a major character from the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. During these years, that major character would occasionally come to the 10 Direction Sword sect to guide Chang Kong. Chiu Wuyang smiled proudly. What? Nephew Chang Kong was accepted as an in-name disciple by a major character of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? The sect master of Heavenly Fiend's sect stood up from his chair with a loud bang and was practically shouting. The Heavenly King of Suppression and a few other experts from Heavenly Fiend's sect had the same expression. Shocking, this was too shocking. A major character in the Eastern Palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, what kind of existence was that? He had actually taken a fancy to Chiu Changkong and accepted him as an in-name disciple. Although he was only an in-name disciple and not a true disciple, it was already shocking enough. No wonder Chiu Changkong could be so much ahead of the other geniuses and enter the Cloud Emperor ranking. He even killed a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking not long ago. I see. The Tiansha sect master sighed as he looked at Chiu Changkong with envy. We'll pull back our forces now and maintain a stalemate with the mystical sword sect. When Chang Kong becomes an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard, we'll be able to use a bit of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace's power and annihilate the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley in an instant. Chiu Wuyang laughed. Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, the martial emperor's treasure is mine. Let's see how long you can hide. Chiu Changkong's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Ever since the news that Lu Ming was Lu Yuntian spread, Chiu Changkong had deduced that Lu Yuntian was Lu Ming's father and that Lu Ming was the one who had saved Lu Yuntian. Lu Yuntian has been holding back for so many years because he wants to pass on the secret of the martial emperor's treasure to his son. Lu Ming, you should know about the secret of the martial emperor's treasure by now, right? Well, I'll pry it out of you. Chiu Changkong's eyes flashed with a sinister light. After a short while, Chiu Wuyang gave the order for the Shifang sword sect to withdraw their forces and start defending, waiting for the day when the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace recruited the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. They didn't have to wait long. A month later, both sides stopped fighting at the same time. The higher-ups of both sides issued orders that not even small conflicts were allowed to happen. Anyone who violated this order would be executed. Because on this day, an emissary from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had arrived at the Blazing Sun Empire. Every time the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was about to recruit the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards, they would send out emissaries to patrol the various countries and send out invitations to those geniuses. Only geniuses who received an invitation letter could participate in the selection of the Ditian Divine Guards. With the arrival of the emissary from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, both parties naturally did not dare to start a war, for fear of causing the emissary to be unhappy. Both parties were waiting for the emissaries of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to send out their invitations. In a secret chamber in the 10-square mountain, Qiu Wuyang and Qiu Changkong were sitting opposite each other. Zhang, Lu Ming's talent is also extremely shocking. If he were to participate in the Ditian Divine Guard selection, he might pose a threat to you. Although this threat is very small, you can't let him off. Qiu Wuyang said. Lu Ming, he won't be able to receive the invitation. Qiu Changkong said with a cold smile on his face. You can't get an invitation. Could he be the master of your Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Qiu Wuyang was overjoyed. Qiu Changkong shook his head. It's just a small matter. There's no need to trouble master. It's one of my senior brothers. I've already sent him a message. Lu Ming won't be able to receive the invitation. Qiu Changkong laughed coldly and said with a hint of pride. Ha, this is great. Qiu Wuyang laughed. Lu Ming did not. After a few days. In the conference hall of the Mystical Sword Sect, the higher-ups of the Mystical Sword Sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, Lu Ming, Hua Qi, and the others were all gathered for a discussion. The Emperor Sky Divine Guard selection is an opportunity to break the stalemate between the two sides of the Blazing Sun Empire. I reckon that the 10 Direction Sword Sect will definitely seize this opportunity and let Qiu Changkong participate in the Emperor Sky Divine Guard selection. Once Qiu Changkong successfully joins the Emperor Sky Divine Guard, we'll all be in danger. The first to speak was Lin Shui. That's right. The Emperor Sky Divine Guards have great authority. When the time comes, even a little bit of their power will be terrifying. With Qiu Changkong's talent, although he might not be able to join the Emperor Sky Divine Guards, the truth is hard to predict. Even if he becomes a reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guard, he'll still be a great danger. The Valley Master of the Scarlet Cloud Valley, Ling Patian, nodded and said. We also need someone on our side to become a Ditian Divine Guard before we can fight against Qiu Changkong. Someone sighed. The next moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. On their side, only Lu Ming's talent was unparalleled, and he had the potential to fight Qiu Changkong. The Ditian Divine Guards. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was reasonable to say that he should stay away from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, because the Palace Master of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Martial Emperor De, was his destined enemy. However, Martial Emperor De was still far away from the Tianxian region, so he didn't have to worry about it for the time being. Moreover, Lu Ming also yearned to become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard. It was said that the Ditian Divine Guards were all peerless geniuses from all over the world, and they were unimaginably powerful. Only by constantly clashing with these monsters could he become stronger, stimulate his potential, and improve quickly. Seeing that Lu Ming was deep in thought, everyone looked at him without saying a word. If Lu Ming did not wish to participate in the Ditian Divine Guard selection, they would not force him. I'm willing to go, but I don't know how to go. Lu Ming said. The others were overjoyed to see Lu Ming nodding. Ha, it's very easy to participate. The emissary of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is currently patrolling the Blazing Sun Empire. It won't be long before he sends out an invitation letter to the geniuses of the Blazing Sun Empire. Only with an invitation letter can one participate in the selection of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. The Valley Master was overjoyed. Oh. So that's how it is. Lu Ming nodded. Marquis Champion, with your talent, you'll definitely receive an invitation. Although the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards will be facing the endless eastern territory of the Tianxian region, where there are countless geniuses, it's not impossible for you to get a reserve position for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards with your talent. At that time, you'll have the confidence to fight against Qiu Changkong. Lin Shui stroked her beard and her face revealed a happy expression. Preparing for the Ditian Divine Guard? It might not be. Lu Ming was stunned. Could it be that Lin Shui thought that he couldn't even get into the reserve Ditian Divine Guard? Lin Shui seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind and explained, Marquis Champion, the eastern part of the Tianxian region is too vast. The Cloud Emperor mountain range we are in is just a corner of the region. Beyond the Cloud Emperor mountain range, there are many other regions that are even larger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Each region has many powerful empires. For example, there is a region near the Cloud Emperor mountain range called the Thousand River region. There are more than 100 empires in this region. The strongest one is a high-level empire. It is 100 times stronger than the Burning Sun Empire. There are many geniuses and monstrous talents. This is only the Thousand River region. There are other stronger regions, so the competition is too strong. Lin Shui finished and sighed. That's right. In the past, even when all the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor's list were annihilated, none of them became Reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The geniuses on the Cloud Emperor's list this time are much stronger. However, I predict that there will be no more than 3 who can become real Emperor Sky Divine Guards and no more than 10 who can become Reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The Valley Master also sighed. Lu Ming was speechless. Less than 3 of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor's list could become official Ditian Divine Guards. The competition was really terrifying. However, the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes were burning with flames again, and his blood was boiling. Wasn't this what he wanted? To fight with geniuses and heroes, to break the shackles, to realize self-ascension, and to constantly surpass. Looking at Lu Ming's burning fighting spirit, Lin Shui and the rest looked at each other. They saw hope in each other's eyes. Given the situation in the Blazing Sun Empire, they could only pin their hopes on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lin Shui's expression suddenly changed. She waved her hand, and a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman appeared in her hand. He was overjoyed when he saw the message in the talisman. The emissary from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace has sent someone over. He's probably here to issue an invitation. Let's go and welcome him. The group hurriedly walked out of the hall and flew outside. In the sky outside the mystical sword sect, a young man stood alone with his hands behind his back. The young man was about 26 or 27 years old. He wore a purple robe and was filled with a noble aura. I am the sect master of the mystical sword sect, Lin Shui. Greetings, emissary of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. I am the Valley Master of the Scarlet Cloud Valley, Ling Patian. Greetings, emissary of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lin Shui and Ling Patian hurriedly cupped their fists and saluted. N. The young man in purple nodded his head and glanced at Lin Shui and Ling Patian. It's good that the Crimson Cloud Valley is here. It saves me the trouble of making an extra trip. After saying that, 2 golden invitation letters appeared in the purple-robed young man's hands. With a wave of his hand, the 2 invitation letters flew towards Lin Shui and Ling Patian. Lin Shui and Ling Patian reached out to receive it. These 2 invitation letters, one for Feng Wuji and the other for Ling Yanqi. Get them to bring the invitation letters to the Cloud Desolate Empire to participate in the preliminaries. The young man in purple said indifferently. The young man in purple turned around and was about to leave. Envoy, please wait. Lin Shui hurriedly called out. What's wrong? Do you have any questions? The young man in purple turned around with a cold expression. Emissary, may I ask why Lu Ming doesn't have an invitation? Lin Shui asked carefully. Lu Ming. The young man in purple sneered and said, what's so strange about not having an invitation? It just means that he's not qualified. Alright, there are no other questions. That's it. Emissary. Lin Shui gritted her teeth and shouted again, Messenger, did you make a mistake? With Lu Ming's talent and reputation, how could he not have an invitation? Can the messenger help to ask the higher-ups? That's right, Emissary. I think there's really a mistake. How could the marquee champion Lu Ming not have an invitation? Ling Patian also said. Even Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi had invitation letters, how could Lu Ming not have one? One must know that Lu Ming could already kill geniuses at the level of the 6 Scorching Sun heroes. During the battle with the mystical sword sect, Duanmu Lin was even killed by him. One must know that Duanmu Lin had defeated Feng Wuji. In the end, Feng Wuji had an invitation but Lu Ming did not. It was really strange. Rise of the Celestial Realm. The young half-step king. What's wrong? Are you guys suspecting me? Or are you doubting the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? The young man in purple's face turned cold as he stared at Lin Shui and Ling Patian with hostility. Lin Shui and Ling Potion's expressions changed. However, whether Lu Ming could participate in the assessment was related to the situation in the Burning Sun Empire and the life and death of the Mystical Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. He had to be clear about this. Emissary, it's a misunderstanding. However, Lu Ming does not have an invitation. It's really strange. Could you please report this to the higher-ups? Lin Shui gritted her teeth and continued. Impudent. Before Lin Shui could finish her sentence, the young man in purple shouted. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from the young man in purple. This aura was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the ocean. It was extremely powerful and vast. Half-step king. Lin Shui and Ling Patian exclaimed in unison. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from their bodies to offset this force. However, their bodies couldn't help but sway and retreat 3 steps. Strong, he was too strong. Everyone was shocked and stared at the young man in purple with wide eyes. No one would have thought that this purple-robed youth was actually a half-step king. He looked like he was only 26 or 27 years old. At such a young age, he had already reached the half-step king realm. This was truly shocking. Moreover, it seemed that he was even stronger than Lin Shui. Is this the strength of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Just a random young man who came to the Blazing Sun Empire to deliver an invitation letter is already so powerful. At the side, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and his expression turned grave. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace naturally has their own reasons for doing things. How can I allow you all to be suspicious? Since this is your first offense, I won't pursue it. But if there's a next time, I don't mind killing you all. The young man in purple's eyes were gloomy as he spoke coldly. He was filled with an arrogant attitude. Sect leader Lin, say no more. Lu Ming had sent a voice transmission to Lin Shui. Lin Shui and Ling Patian let out a long sigh and didn't say anything else. The young man in purple snorted coldly and left with a wave of his sleeve. Just as he turned around, he glanced at Lu Ming with a cold look in his eyes. Although it was just a flash, Lu Ming still caught it. What was going on? I've never seen this person before, and I don't have any grudges with the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Why does this person look at me with a hint of coldness in his eyes? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. What's going on? Why didn't the marquee champion receive an invitation? Ling Potion's temper was more impatient, and as soon as the young man in purple left, Ling Patian cried out. That's right, this matter is too strange. Lin Shui's brows were also tightly furrowed, full of worry. Without an invitation, one could not take part in the Ditian Divine Guard assessment. If Chiu Changkong hadn't joined the Ditian Divine Guards, it would have been fine. But if he had joined the Detian Divine Guards, even if he was only a reserve, they would all be in danger. Sect leaders, Marquis Champion, I have a guess, but I don't know if it's true or not. At this moment, an old voice was heard. An old man with white hair walked out. Senior Hua, do you have any guesses? Lin Shui hurriedly asked. This old man was a senior of the royal family. Even if Hua Zhengxing was still alive, he would have to call this man uncle. His seniority was extremely high, and his cultivation was at the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. He was the only 9th level martial ancestor expert left in the imperial family. The old imperial uncle pondered for a moment before saying, I like to make friends with people from all over the world. I even have friends in the 10 Direction Sword sect. I once heard a secret that when Qiu Changkong was young, he was taken in as an in-name disciple by an important figure in the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. What? Qiu Changkong is an in-name disciple of an important figure in the eastern branch of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? The old imperial uncle's words were like a bomb, causing everyone's minds to rumble. All of them looked at the old imperial uncle in shock. Senior, is what you said true? Lin Shui's voice was trembling. The old imperial uncle nodded and said, there shouldn't be a mistake. Cc Gu. Everyone gasped, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive and heavy. If that's the case, Qiu Changkong must have done something. Otherwise, with the Marquis Champion's talent, how could he not have received an invitation? Lin Shui said in a deep voice, her eyes were filled with seriousness. What should we do? With such a powerful figure backing Qiu Changkong, doesn't that mean that he'll definitely be able to join the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards? A golden-robed elder said. That's not necessarily the case. The selection of the Detian Divine Guards has its own rules. You can't join just because you have a backer. In the end, it still depends on your own strength. Ling Padian said. Not bad. The others all nodded. Even so, the atmosphere at the scene was still extremely oppressive. Seniors, there's no need to be so worried. At that time, it'll just be a battle. Who will win? Before the battle, who would know? At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. There was no sign of dejection on his face. He stood straight, still confident and determined, like a divine spear that could shatter the heavens. So what if Qiu Changkong had a powerful backer? At most, it would just be a battle. Marquis Champion is right. Things haven't reached the worst point yet. We don't have to be discouraged. Right now, the only way is to keep improving our strength. Lin Shui said. After that, everyone returned to the main hall and discussed for a while before leaving. It was just that everyone's heart was weighed down by a huge stone, and it was difficult to let go for a while. Lu Ming returned to the Blood Red Army camp's main tent and entered the Supreme Shrine. He sat down cross-legged. Strength. No matter what the situation is, as long as you are strong enough, you can solivere everything. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he waved his hand and a pile of spiritual herbs appeared on the platform. Lu Ming planned to start cultivating the 10,000 spiritual combat body. It had been a while since he had cultivated his physical body. The reason was that he didn't have any high-level spiritual herbs. Those level 1 and level 2 spiritual herbs were not effective in cultivating and were a waste of time. During this period of time, there had been many battles. Lu Ming had killed a large number of martial arts grandmasters and obtained their storage rings. There were quite a number of level 4 spiritual herbs. Previously, Lu Ming had already achieved initial success in the 5th grade physical body. Only level 4 spiritual herbs would have a greater effect on his improvement. With a wave of his hand, 2 level 4 spiritual herbs were caught in Lu Ming's hand. He began to circulate the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Not long after, the two spiritual herbs turned into the chi of myriad spirits and seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's body, refining the strength of his physical body. After refining two, he took out another two. Time slowly passed as Lu Ming cultivated. Vermilion Bird Hall, Yen Lan's residence. Lan, do you really want to go to that place? Yen Lan looked at Mulan anxiously. Grandfather, is there any other way? Only by going to that place can we get an invitation for Lu Ming and let him participate in the selection of the Ditian Divine Guards. Mulan said with a determined expression. Lan, you have to consider this carefully. Yen Lan sighed. Lu Ming's invitation. Grandfather, with Lu Ming's talent, joining the Ditian Divine Guards is the best choice. Only then can he fully display his talent and achieve greater achievements. Moreover, only by doing so can we save the mystical sword sect and keep you safe, grandfather. Mulan said. Lan, are you yourself? I've been wronged. Yen Lan said worriedly. Grandpa, don't you trust Lu Ming? I believe in him. As long as he joins the Ditian Divine Guards, he'll be able to truly return my freedom. At this point, Mulan's eyes glowed. It was the light of her firm belief in Lu Ming. It's difficult. Although Lu Ming is extremely talented, that's only in the Blazing Sun Empire. In the Imperial Sky Divine Guards, he's very ordinary. It's difficult to achieve that. Yen Lan sighed. Grandpa, I believe in my judgment. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll be going now, Grandpa. With that, Mulan bowed to Yen Lan and then floated away, disappearing from the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming naturally knew nothing about this. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 7 days, Lu Ming had refined more than 500 level 4 spiritual herbs and cultivated his physical body to the perfected 5th grade physical body. However, at this point, no matter how many spiritual herbs Lu Ming refined, his physical body could not break through. He was completely stuck at the perfected 5th grade physical body. It seems that level 4 spiritual herbs are too low. They can't help my body break through to level 6. Lu Ming pondered secretly. Do I need level 5 spiritual herbs or other level 5 treasures? At the thought of this, Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Level 5 spiritual herbs and other level 5 treasures were equivalent to king tiers. If they were treasures that even king tiers could use, how precious would they be? It was something that could only be encountered and not sought. I'll put my fleshly body aside for now. A complete 5th grade fleshly body is enough for now. Even among half-step kings, not many people have a 5th grade fleshly body. Many martial artists who did not focus on cultivating their bodies would not even reach the 5th grade when they reached the half-step king realm. Only after stepping into the martial king realm and going through the power of heaven and earth, as well as the transformation of the true essence unique to kings, could one's body reach the 5th grade. In other words, Lu Ming's current physical body was no longer inferior to those martial kings who did not specialize in physical cultivation. Of course, that was only his physical body. His combat strength was still miles away from that of a martial king. After that, Lu Ming began to study the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The 9 dragons' sky-treading steps and the last of the 3 palms, the heavenly path palm, were the martial arts techniques that Lu Ming had to comprehend and cultivate every day. However, the cultivation of these 2 martial arts techniques was too difficult. Up until now, Lu Ming had not succeeded in cultivating the 2nd step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. As for the heaven's path palm, he knew nothing about it. Time flew by and another 5 days passed. There were only a few days left before the start of the Ditian Divine Guard's preliminary competition. On this day, Mulan came to look for Lu Ming. Senior sister Mulan, I heard that you've been out during this period of time. Lu Ming asked Mulan with a smile. Mulan hummed softly and looked at Lu Ming, seemingly deep in thought. Senior sister Mulan seems to have something on her mind. Lu Ming's heart stirred. However, since Mulan didn't say anything, he didn't ask. After a long while, Lu Ming's palm glowed and a golden piece of paper suddenly appeared. This is an invitation to the Ditian Divine Guard selection. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he could not help but blurt out. Mulan nodded. She opened the invitation and revealed the words inside. Blazing Sun Empire, Lu Ming. On the invitation, there were 6 words in gold. Why is it me? Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank and he cried out in disbelief. In the beginning, Lu Ming thought that Mulan had taken out someone else's invitation. It was like the wind, fearless, and Ling Yanqi. He had never expected his name to be on the invitation. Lu Ming, this is the invitation letter for the Ditian Divine Guard selection. Take it. I hope that you can defeat Qiu Changkong and successfully join the Ditian Divine Guard. Mulan finally revealed a faint smile. Senior Sister Mulan, where did you get this invitation? Lu Ming asked, feeling extremely curious. The invitation from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace couldn't be faked because there were special inscriptions carved on it that made it easy to distinguish. No one would dare to impersonate him unless they wanted to die. I, your senior sister, have my own ways. You don't have to worry about that. Take it and perform well. I believe in you. Mulan passed the invitation to Lu Ming and said with a smile. Lu Ming received it in a daze. Lu Ming, I might have to leave the mystical sword sect from today onwards. Suddenly, Mulan sighed. What? Senior Sister Mulan, you're leaving the mystical sword sect. Are you going to gain experience, or? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. He felt that things were very strange. None of them. Mulan shook her head and studied Lu Ming carefully. After a while, she said, Lu Ming, as long as you join the Ditian Divine Guards, perhaps we'll meet again. Mulan suddenly stepped forward and pulled Lu Ming into her arms. Lu Ming was stunned. The next moment, he felt 2 lumps of meat squeezed on his chest. They were shockingly elastic. Mulan's body fragrance wafted into his nose, making Lu Ming's heart beat rapidly. Mulan hugged Lu Ming tightly. After a long while, she suddenly let go of him. Her face was flushed red. She glanced at Lu Ming, then turned around and left. Lu Ming, join the Ditian Divine Guard. I look forward to seeing you again. The voice came faintly, but the beauty had already disappeared. Senior Sister Mulan. Lu Ming stared in the direction that Mulan had left in a daze. He did not come back to his senses for a long time. Lu Ming only came to his senses after a long while. What's going on? Why would Senior Sister Mulan have an invitation from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Also, where is she going? Lu Ming's heart was full of doubts. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure moved and he appeared in the sky. He looked into the distance and saw that Mulan had already left. He did not know where she went. Dean, yes, go and ask the Dean. Lu Ming thought of Yan Lan. Yan Lan was Mulan's grandfather, so she should know the inside story. After a while, Lu Ming found Yan Lan in the Vermilion Bird Hall. It had been a while since they last met and Yan Lan seemed to have aged a lot. Lu Ming's heart tightened and he felt that something was not right. Lu Ming, take a seat. Yan Lan invited Lu Ming to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea. I knew you'd come looking for me. You want to ask about Lan, right? Yan Lan said. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded and immediately asked his question. Yan Lan was silent. He seemed to have fallen into deep memories. After a while, he sighed. Lu Ming, I'll tell you everything. That girl, Lan, is stubborn. She won't say anything. Lu Ming, you know that I'm Lan,'s grandfather, but you've never met her parents, have you? Yan Lan said. Lu Ming was stunned and immediately shook his head. It was true that he had never met Mulan's parents before, nor had he heard Mulan mention them. Lan Er's mother passed away a long time ago. As for Lan Er's father, he's an important figure in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Yan Lan revealed a shocking secret. Mulan's past. What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded and shocked. Mulan's father was actually a big shot in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. This had completely exceeded his expectations. Since Mulan's father was an important figure in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, why did Mulan stay in the mystical sword sect instead of cultivating in the palace? The cultivation conditions in the palace were definitely not something that the mystical sword sect could compare to. Yan Lan seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind and continued, Lan Er's father is a major character in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He is extremely tyrannical and acts arbitrarily. Before Lan turned 15, she was in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. However, her father tried to control her. After that, without Lan Er's consent, his father arranged a marriage for her. The marriage partner is a peerless genius of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. However, Lan didn't like him at all. Therefore, in a fit of anger, she ran out of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and came to my place. Yan Lan's answer cleared up many of Lu Ming's doubts. Lu Ming understood now. Mulan must have helped him get his invitation card when she returned to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. This made Lu Ming even more worried. He said, did senior sister Mulan return to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace this time? Wouldn't that mean we're facing marriage? He did not know why, but he felt a little uncomfortable at the thought of Mulan being engaged to someone else. That's right. In order to obtain that invitation, Lan has already promised her father to stay in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Now, the only person who can save her and prevent her from marrying someone she doesn't like is you. Yan Lan said. Me? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. Lan once made an agreement with her father. Lan said that the person she liked would definitely be stronger than the genius of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. One day, she would bring the person she liked to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and defeat that genius to break off the engagement. That person is you. Yan Lan looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Me? I'm fucked. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out. The person Mulan likes? He? Lu Ming's heart was beating rapidly. He recalled the various things that happened when Mulan left. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Lu Ming said firmly, Principal, don't worry. I'll definitely join the Detian Divine Guards and defeat that genius to return senior sister Mulan her freedom. It's difficult. Yan Lan sighed and said, I heard from Lan that the genius had already broken through to the Martial King realm 3 years ago. Now, I don't even know what realm he has reached. That genius is only 1 year older than Lan Martial King. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Mulan was not even 23 years old. In other words, the genius of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was only 24 years old. 3 years ago, he was only 21 years old. Breaking through to the Martial King realm at the age of 21 was truly terrifying. Lu Ming was 18 years old now, almost 19 years old. However, he was not confident that he could break through to the Martial King realm at 21 years old. He was indeed a terrifying genius. The geniuses of the Blazing Sun Empire, no, even the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking were a pile of trash compared to him. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes burst with a strong fighting spirit and an unshakable determination. Don't worry, Dean. No matter how strong he is, I'll defeat him sooner or later and set senior sister Mulan free. Alright. Lan believes in you, and so do I. However, Lu Ming, with your current cultivation and combat strength, it'll be very difficult for you to join the Detian Divine Guards. I hope you can make another breakthrough. Yan Lan's eyes seemed to reveal a trace of hope. After that, Lu Ming chatted with Yan Lan for a while before he bade farewell and left. A day later, the news that Lu Ming had received an invitation to the Ditian Divine Guard selection spread among the higher-ups of the Mystical Sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. This caused those who knew to be shocked, and then they were overjoyed. Although they were curious as to how Lu Ming had obtained the invitation, that was not the main point. The main point was that Lu Ming could participate in the selection of the Ditian Divine Guards, which gave them a glimmer of hope. At this time, the preliminaries of the 36 countries of Emperor Yun were getting closer and closer, and it was time to set off. Lu Ming bade farewell to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Qiu Yu said that she had not seen Lu Yuntian and Li Ping for a long time and wanted to stay by their side to take care of them. Naturally, Lu Ming nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Xian Yanqing wanted to go with Lu Ming. The reason was that he wanted to meet the geniuses from the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. 2 days later, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi left the Mystical Sword sect and headed west. Lu Ming did not bring the golden-eyed blood corpse or the flame spring. The golden-eyed blood corpse and Yan Quan were important forces in the battle. If they left, it would be bad for the battle. Moreover, Lu Ming had the intention of leaving the golden-eyed blood corpse behind to protect Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The Cloud Desolate Empire was one of the 8 medium empires in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. However, it was very powerful and was ranked first among the 8 medium empires. This was why the Cloud Emperor mountain range preliminaries were held in the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital. Starting from the Mystical Sword sect, one would have to pass through 8 empires along the way. It was a long journey of more than 700,000 li. However, with everyone's cultivation, if they flew at full speed, it was still quite easy to fly 10,000 miles in an hour. Including the rest time, they used 5 days to rush to the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital. The Cloud Desolate Empire was indeed worthy of being the strongest empire among the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Just the imperial capital alone was 10 times larger than the Burning Sun Empire's imperial capital. It was grand and majestic, with no end in sight. On the city wall, rows of armored soldiers patrolled. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed when he saw them. These armored soldiers were actually martial artists of the great martial master realm. Each of them had powerful auras and penetrating gazes. Lu Ming secretly sighed. The #1 empire in the Cloud Emperor mountain range was really powerful. After entering the city gate, the inside was extremely spacious. The street was 200 meters wide, and all kinds of beast roars could be heard. Many people were riding all kinds of mounts and strolling on the streets. Lu Ming even saw a martial artist riding a huge python that was more than 30 meters long and as thick as a water tank, wandering on the street. On both sides of the street, there were many shops. A few spirit weapon shops were sparkling with treasure light. In some spirit herb shops, the fragrance of herbs assailed the nose. Lu Ming and the few of them walked as they watched, full of admiration. On the way, they could see young martial artists passing by from time to time, all of them with an imposing appearance and extraordinary aura. One look and one could tell that they were dragons and phoenixes among people. They should all be here to participate in the qualifiers. Brother Lu, Brother Feng, Miss Xia, let's find a place to eat. We've been hurrying on our journey these past few days and haven't had a good meal. I'm so tired of eating. Ling Yanqi touched his stomach and grinned. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The few of them walked around for a while and came to the front of a restaurant. The Drunken Pavilion was the name of this restaurant. It was 7 stories high and covered an area of several acres. Dear guests, please come in. At the entrance of the restaurant, a waiter came to greet them. The Blue Blade family. The 4 of them followed the waiter and arrived at the 5th floor of the restaurant. The 5th floor was extremely spacious. On one side, there were private rooms, and on the other side, there was a hall. They didn't choose a private room, but found a seat by the window. From this position, he could see a lake from the window. The lake was clear like a mirror, and when the breeze blew, it was extremely comfortable. "Waiter, if there's anything good to eat, bring it all to me. Also, bring me 4 jars of good wine." Ling Yanqi shouted. "All right." The waiter replied. It was very fast, and it didn't take long for a table full of food and wine to be served. The 4 of them ate while listening to the conversations of the other people in the restaurant. It's really lively recently. All the great geniuses can't sit still anymore. There's competition from time to time. That's right, I've seen a few battles on the Cloud Emperor board. That level of cultivation is really shocking. The ordinary geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking are still okay, especially those who are ranked higher. They are really terrifying. Half a month ago, Ji Rufeng, the 7th genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking, killed 3 late-stage martial grandmasters in Tianyuan Peak with 1 strike. That's more terrifying. That's nothing. I heard that 10 days ago, a sect angered the 2nd-ranked young master of the Cloud Emperor ranking, Wei Tianxi. Wei Tianxi went to the sect and annihilated the entire sect. That sect had a few 9th-grade martial ancestor realm experts. What? There's actually such a thing. Wei Tianxi is too terrifying. Lu Ming and the other 3 heard the discussions around them. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were shocked. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with solemnness. It was impossible for Lu Ming to kill 3 martial arts grandmasters in the later stage of the 8th level with a single sword strike, let alone annihilate a sect that had a few martial arts grandmaster 9th level powerhouses. The top geniuses on the Cloud Emperor board were indeed amazing. Also, there's a young master Hualing who recently emerged. He defeated Yuan Jifei, who was ranked 15th on the Cloud Emperor ranking. He's the strongest dark horse. That's right. This person can be said to be the strongest among the rising stars. Don't forget that there's another person who's also a dark horse. Oh. Who is it? Qiu Wuyang. He was born in the small blazing sun empire, but he rose to power. He was ranked 36th on the Cloud Emperor ranking and killed the genius ranked 22nd not long ago. I heard that 5 days ago, Qian Jun, who was ranked 11th on the Cloud Emperor ranking, also suffered a loss at his hands. What? Qian Jun had actually lost to Qiu Changkong. Qiu Changkong is so terrifying, he's going to make it into the top 10. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, this generation of young people is indeed very powerful. I wonder if they can compete with the geniuses from other regions. Qiu Changkong has actually become so strong. Feng Wuji murmured, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. As one of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes, the difference between us and him is too great. Ling Yanqi sighed and was also very serious. The stronger Qiu Changkong was, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not say anything and continued drinking. Xian Yanqing's mouth twitched slightly, and he seemed to be a little disdainful. Then, the 4 of them ate while listening. Squeak. At this moment, the door of another private room opened, and 4 young men walked out. These 4 young men were all wearing blue robes, embroidered with a sky blue long blade. This is a person from the Cloud Desolate Empire's Blue Blade family. Could the person in the box be an important figure of the Blue Blade family? I know who it is. It's the 2nd young master of the Blue Blade family, Lan Yunfei. I saw him go in earlier. The 4 blue-robed young men caused a wave of discussion to break out, but the voices were very low, as if they were very afraid. The 4 youths from the Blue Blade family were actually walking towards Lu Ming and the other 3. He walked to the 4 of them and one of them, a young man in a blue robe, cupped his fists and said, "May I know where the 4 of you are from?" Although he cupped his fists, his tone was arrogant, as if he was giving an order. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He did not like the other party's attitude. We are from the Burning Sun Empire. Feng Wuji didn't want to offend anyone, he stood up and clasped his fists. The Burning Sun Empire? When the four blue-robed young men heard this, their eyes revealed a look of contempt. So it's the Scorching Sun Empire, that godforsaken place. Alright, I won't waste my breath on you. My second young master is going to invite a friend to a banquet today. This girl looks quite good, so he wants to invite her to accompany him for a drink. Alright, come with me. A young man in a blue robe said scornfully. Then, he looked at Xian Yanqing and ordered. It turned out that they were here because they had their eyes on Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming frowned again while Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked anxious. Xian Yanqing's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He glanced at the four blue-robed young men and said, Your second young master, which dog is he? Are you worthy of this lady accompanying you to drink? As soon as he said that, the four blue-robed young men's expressions changed. The expressions of the other people in the restaurant also changed drastically. She's finished. A mere woman from the Burning Sun Empire dared to call Lan Yunfei a dog. She's finished. She's doomed to a miserable fate. The Blazing Sun Empire is too small after all. Other than Qiu Changkong, there are no other geniuses. Their knowledge is so shallow that they even dare to offend the Blue Blade family. The other people in the restaurant lowered their voices and whispered among themselves, as if they were afraid that the Blue Blade family would hear them. Bitch, what the fuck did you just say? A young man in a blue robe pointed at Xian Yanqing and roared. What did you just call me? Slap your own mouths, 100 each, or I'll break your legs. Xian Yanqing glanced at them and said coldly. The others were shocked. Crazy, too crazy. The Blue Blade family was arrogant, but Xian Yanqing was even more arrogant. I guess she is a rare genius in the Blazing Sun Empire and is used to being arrogant. However, this is not the Blazing Sun Empire, but the Cloud Desolate Empire, where all the geniuses from the 36 countries of the Cloud Desolate Empire are gathered. How can she be arrogant? Someone in the restaurant shook his head and sighed. What did you just say? Break our legs? Ha ha ha, laughable, laughable, a mere piece of trash from the Burning Sun Empire dares to say that he will break our legs, this is too laughable. The four blue-robed young men sneered. Little bitch, I originally wanted you to drink with me and forget about it. Now, not only do I want you to drink with me, but I also want you to sleep with me. Get over there. A blue-robed young man clawed at Xian Yanqing's hair. The claw contained a powerful true qi. This blue-robed young man was actually a martial arts grandmaster 3 Dan expert. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's faces changed drastically, they shouted, Be careful. Bang! The next moment, a figure flew out. It was the blue-robed young man. He flew more than 10 meters away and crashed into a few tables and chairs. He fell to the ground and screamed in pain. His 2 legs were bent and deformed, having been broken. Xian Yanqing's rage. The others were stunned. The blue-robed young man was definitely not a weakling. He had reached the 3rd tier of the martial ancestor realm at such a young age. He was definitely an elite that the Blue Blade family had nurtured with great care. His combat strength was definitely not something that ordinary martial artists of the same realm could compare to. However, in the hands of Xian Yanqing, he couldn't even last one move. Many people didn't even see when Xian Yanqing made his move. Only a small number of geniuses focused their eyes and saw how Xian Yanqing attacked. Little bitch, how dare you hit a member of the Blue Blade family? You're looking for death. Attack. Let's attack together. Take this bitch down and torture him. Boom. 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 The remaining 3 blue-robed young men roared as powerful auras erupted from their bodies. Each of them had the cultivation of the third level of the martial ancestor realm. When the three of them joined forces, their power was terrifying. Feng Wuji's and Ling Yanqi's expressions changed. They were about to help, but Lu Ming smiled at them, telling them not to worry. Slap his mouth. At this moment, Xian Yanqing shouted and waved his hands. Black lotuses appeared one after another. Then, the black petals broke the three young men's attacks like divine blades. Buzz! Xian Yanqing moved and appeared in front of the three young men. He extended his palm. Pa! 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 Three loud slaps were heard and the three blue-robed young men were sent flying. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the three young men could land on the ground, Xian Yanqing waved his hand and lotus petals flew towards the legs of the three young men. Stop! A furious shout came from the private room. However, Xian Yanqing didn't care at all. The black petals didn't stop. The black petals all hit the legs of the three blue-robed young men. By the time they fell to the ground, their legs were already covered in blood and wounds. Even their bones could be seen. CSI. Gasps could be heard all around. What a powerful battle strength, what a ruthless method. If he said he would break their legs, he would immediately break their legs. Buzz! At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A blue figure rushed out of the private room and appeared in the hall. The young man looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. He was wearing a sky-blue tight-fitting robe, a blue jade belt around his waist, and a pair of blue and gold combat boots. He was full of luxury. However, his face was as dark as winter. Lan Yunfei, it's really him. It's over. That woman is finished. Even her companions are dead for sure. He even dared to beat up the people of the Blue Blade family. Lan Yunfei will never stop. Although Lan Yunfei didn't enter the Cloud Emperor board, he is very close to it. I heard that he has already said that he will definitely enter the Cloud Emperor board this time. Besides the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking, there are only a handful of people who can fight with Lan Yunfei. The other people in the restaurant looked at Xian Yanqing, including Lu Ming, as if they were looking at a dead man. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Lan Yunfei looked at Xian Yanqing coldly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't get a good look when he was in the room, but now that he got a closer look, he realized that Xian Yanqing was even more stunning. I did, but who are you? Do I have to do as I'm told? Xian Yanqing looked at Lan Yunfei with disdain. Do you know the consequences of not following my orders? If I attack, I'll either die or be injured. Lan Yunfei sneered and continued, but I'll let you go since you're a woman. How about this, I'll lock up the three of them first, and you'll come back with me to serve me. If you're comfortable with it, I'll consider letting you go. This condition is already the biggest concession I can make. As Lan Yunfei spoke, his eyes flashed with lust as he scanned Xian Yanqing's body. Xian Yanqing frowned. Lu Ming, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi were all dumbfounded. Is there something wrong with this brother? Didn't he see that there were four of them now, while he was alone? He even said that they would be locked up first and asked Xian Yanqing to go back and serve him. Wasn't he too full of himself? Lu Ming had seen many people who felt good about themselves. However, the man in front of him was definitely ranked first. Brother Feng, Brother Ling, why do you think I'm so unlucky? Why do I have to run into idiots everywhere I go? I'm just having a meal, and I'm actually able to run into such a weird idiot. I'm speechless. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp, sighing and groaning. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked at each other and did not say a word. They were not as bold as Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming did not lower his voice and it spread throughout the entire floor of the restaurant. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming actually dared to say that about Lan Yunfei. How could these people of the Burning Sun Empire be so arrogant? He's really a country bumpkin who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many people thought. Kid, who are you talking about? Lan Yunfei let out a furious shriek. His facial features were contorted and he looked at Lu Ming with an extremely sinister expression. I'll say who answered. Lu Ming continued to hold up his wine glass and replied indifferently. He then drank the wine in one gulp. You're looking for death, you're looking for death. Now, I take back what I just said. You're dead. No condition can save you. Lan Yunfei bellowed in rage. A powerful aura burst out from his body. A ray of sword light rushed up and slashed toward Lu Ming. I'm your opponent. Xian Yanqing's eyes turned cold. She waved her hands and a black lotus appeared in front of the sword radiance. Clang! The sword light struck the black lotus flower, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The sword light was blocked. If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you as well. Lan Yunfei was completely enraged. His killing intent rose. His sword hummed softly and beams of sharp sword chi shot towards Xian Yanqing. He was at the peak of the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Lan Yunfei's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 4th level martial ancestor realm. No wonder he was second only to the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking. On the Cloud Emperor ranking, the few people who were ranked at the bottom were only at the early stage of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Who can you kill? Xian Yanqing sneered as a powerful aura burst out from his body. Martial ancestor for Dan later stage. During this period of time, Xian Yanqing's progress was also extremely shocking. He fully utilized the advantage of a 7th level king bloodline. Great demonic palm. Xian Yanqing waved his hands and sent out palm prints towards Lan Yunfei. He didn't know what level Xian Yanqing's martial technique was. When she was a martial grandmaster, she used the same martial technique. Now that she was a martial ancestor, she was using the same martial technique. Moreover, as Xian Yanqing's cultivation level increased, the power of this martial skill became more and more terrifying. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the palm print and the sword light collided 8 times in a row, producing 8 loud bangs. Of course, in their moves, they had deliberately compressed their true energy and did not let it spread out. Otherwise, the entire restaurant would have been blown up. To be able to build such a huge restaurant in the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital was not something an ordinary person could do. If he blew it up, it would probably be hard to explain. After 8 moves, Lan Yunfei retreated 8 steps. He was completely at a disadvantage. The other people in the restaurant were dumbfounded. Chapter 357 Seeing Yang 6 Extremes Again. How could an unknown woman of the Burning Sun Empire suppress Lan Yunfei? How was this possible? If the truth wasn't right in front of their eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Arg! Die! Lan Yunfei's anger soared to the sky. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. With a loud roar, blood light exploded and a sky-blue broadsword appeared. Around the broadsword, there were 2 Asilavira chakras. This was Lan Yunfei's bloodline, a 2nd-level king bloodline. Slash! His bloodline exploded, increasing Lan Yunfei's combat strength by a notch. He slashed at Xian Yanqing. I'm too lazy to play with you. Xian Yanqing's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand. At this moment, a jade-like hand also condensed in the air. This hand wasn't real. It was at least 10 times bigger than Xian Yanqing's hand. It was perfect, like the most perfect work of art. Just like Xian Yanqing's hand, it was in the shape of a flower and full of demonic charm. Break! Immediately, Xian Yanqing shouted and flicked his flower-pinching fingers. Bang! The blade light of Lan Yunfei's slash was instantly destroyed. The finger force did not stop and shot toward Lan Yunfei. Lan Yunfei's expression changed drastically. It was too late for him to dodge, so he could only block with his saber. With a boom, Lan Yunfei groaned and retreated more than 10 meters. He crashed into a few tables before he could stabilize himself. Blood spurted out of his mouth. "Cece Gu." Gasps could be heard all around. Xian Yanqing was too strong. Lan Yunfei was no match for him even before his bloodline was activated. Other than Qiu Changkong, when did the Blazing Sun Empire have such a powerful genius? "Get down!" Xian Yanqing shouted again and pressed his palm down. That huge hand also pressed down at the same time, pressing down towards Lan Yunfei. Lan Yunfei bellowed in anger. He exploded with all his strength and slashed upward. But with a bang, the blade light was instantly destroyed, and the palm pressed down without stopping. Lan Yunfei roared. Buzz! At this moment, there was an air-piercing sound at the top of the stairs. A figure rushed up like lightning and arrived in front of Lan Yunfei. He threw a punch upward. Boom! The air wave swept out, and the fist force and palm disappeared. At this time, everyone saw that there was already one more person in front of Lan Yunfei. It's him. Yang 6 Extremes. 33rd on the Cloud Emperor ranking, Yang Liuji from the Blood Zhao Empire's Great Sun Sect. Could he be the one Lan Yunfei invited? Upon seeing who it was, the crowd exclaimed in shock once more. It's actually him. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Back in the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace, Lu Ming had fought with Yang Liuji. In the end, Lu Ming defeated Yang Liuji with the help of the golden-eyed blood corpse. Xian Yanqing was also stunned as he also recognized Yang Liuji. On the other hand, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's expressions changed drastically. The Scorching Sun Empire and the Blood Zhao Empire were close to each other, and the name of Yang Liuji had long since reverberated in their ears. Brother Yang, you've finally come. Seeing Yang Liuji, Lan Yunfei was overjoyed. Brother Lan, I'm sorry I'm late. Yang Liuji said as he looked around. The moment he saw Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming, he was stunned. Then, his eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Little bastard, is that you? Ha, good, good, you've really worn out your iron shoes in a long search, but you found it without any effort. Since I've encountered you today, then don't leave. Yang Liuji revealed a sinister smile. When he came out of the Yun Emperor Palace, he wanted to ask the senior masters of the Great Sun Mansion to kill Lu Ming, but Lu Ming escaped too quickly. He searched around the Yun Emperor Palace but could not find Lu Ming. During this period of time, he hated Lu Ming to the core. He did not expect to meet him here. He was so ecstatic that he almost laughed out loud. What's wrong? You've been defeated, are you looking for a beating again? Lu Ming said indifferently. The crowd was stunned. From Lu Ming's tone, could it be that Yang Liuji had lost to Lu Ming before? No way. If that was the case, wasn't the Burning Sun Empire a little too terrifying? Nonsense, you little bastard. Back then, you only relied on external forces and a puppet. Now that your puppet is gone, I'll kill you in 3 moves. Yang Liuji shouted and hurriedly corrected Lu Ming's words. The others came to a realization. It turned out that Lu Ming had relied on external forces. No wonder. It was useless if it was not one's own ability. They let out a long breath. If even a small empire like the Burning Sun Empire was this strong, how could they bear it? Kill me in 3 moves. Just you. Aren't you afraid of laughing your head off? Lu Ming continued to say indifferently. This kind of indifferent attitude made Yang Liuji's anger rise. You're looking for death. You're courting death. Yang Liuji roared, his body emitting a scorching aura that made the restaurant look like a furnace. Xian Yanqing moved and stood in front of Yang Liuji. Little Qing, there's no need for you to deal with him. Let me play with him. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine and finished it in one gulp. He then stood up and walked towards Yang Liuji. Hurry up and finish it, we haven't finished our meal. Xian Yanqing glanced at Lu Ming and went back to his seat. His tone was casual, as if Lu Ming could easily deal with Yang Liuji. This caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded. Ha, I know you're concerned about me and worried that the food won't taste good if it's cold. Don't worry, I'll deal with him. The food won't get cold. Lu Ming laughed. The others' lips trembled. These two were both more confident than the other. They were still thinking about eating, and the dishes wouldn't even get cold. Please, your opponent is the genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking, Yang Liuji, not some random cat or dog on the side of the road. Crazy, too crazy. Yang Liuji almost vomited blood, feeling his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys throb in pain. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. It's useless to rely on your mouth. You'll soon pay the price for your stupidity. Yang Liuji roared, and the scorching aura around his body became even more intense. His entire body was like a sun, and he almost set the restaurant on fire. This place is too narrow, let's go out and fight. Lu Ming said. Good, just what I want. Yang Liuji shouted angrily. The two of them flew out of the window and appeared in the sky above the small lake. At this time, it had already alerted the people on the other floors of the restaurant, and they all looked out one by one. That's Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji is going to fight someone. Who is the other person? Is he also a genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking? No, there's no such person on the Cloud Emperor ranking. He's so young, he looks less than 20 years old. This person actually dared to fight Yang Liuji. This is going to be a good show. The people on the other floors of the restaurant were discussing. Die. And NBSP, kill. The moment they left the restaurant, Yang Liuji roared, his aura exploding. Wuzong 5 Dan Peak. Obviously, Yang Liuji's cultivation had also improved during this period of time. Back in the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace, Yang Liuji's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 5th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. Boom! The powerful fire force exploded, making Yang Liuji look like a small sun. It emitted an extremely hot aura, and the lake water below began to boil, filling the air with mist. Divine Sun Fist. Yang Liuji roared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.